Well, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another Flight Deck to Sim live stream. Today, it is the 14th of March 2021, 33 minutes past 4 in the afternoon here in the United Kingdom. And welcome to another ZIBO Mod 2 Sector Sunday special. Today, we're in Bremen. In fact, we were landing here last weekend in the Mega Super Beluga, the Super Transporter. And I thought, now, I've got this lovely scenery here, and there's an VATSIM event here today. Why not do a 2-sector, imagining we're based in Bremen? So we're going to do 2 sectors starting in Bremen. We're going to go to Torp Sandefjord. Sandefjord, I think it's pronounced. Torp, or Torp Sandefjord. The secondary sort of airport for Oslo. Flight time an hour each way. You could probably hear it in the game already. Did you hear that? Thunderstorms, rain showers, strong winds here in Bremen. It's going to be an interesting departure and an interesting flight back in here later on. Lots of CVs around here at the moment as well. I hope you're doing very well as well this Sunday. We're going to do a little giveaway at the end as well because it is a Sunday. Don't forget Sundays, we always do little merch giveaways. So we're going to give away the Flight Deck to Sim mug as well. Dot Wallop, hope you're doing well. And haven't spoken to you in a while. Dot Wallop's very much well known in VATSIM. Go check out his streams on Twitch. Hope you're doing well. And I hope I pronounced it correctly, Dot Wallop. Sandefjord Torp. Very good. We're going to be pleasing lots of Norwegians today, especially with my pronunciation of that. We've got Lunchbox here, says, I love flying to Norway, one of my favourite countries I've ever visited. Very, very cool. Let me zoom on in here as well, once we log on into VATSIM. We're already on the network here. Rabbit93 said, beautiful intro, thank you very much. Kanka is 321 action, absolutely. Tim says, good Sunday morning, afternoon, evening, everyone. Time for another adventure with the Flight Deck to Sim group. Thank you so much, buddy. But yeah, it's been really cool. Guys, since last stream, I've been flying. Thank you so much to all the lovely comments and likes on the last Instagram post. I've actually done 3 flights this year now at my operator. They're doing a number of what we call kind of recency flights to keep the aircraft and crew current. So I've logged an hour and 20 minutes in 2021 so far, so it's really, really fun to have gone back flying. But whilst it's still very quiet, we've got lots of streams coming here. Look at the amount of people who've turned up here in Bremen. There is an event here going on later. It doesn't start for another couple of hours, but you've all turned up in your numbers today. Massive favour, get going. I don't want a massive queue. I'm only joking, take your time if you wish. We've got Alpacas, we've got Ryanairs, we've got Sun Express, Lufthansas. This scenery, by the way, by FSDG, it's really, really nice, high quality scenery. Very worthwhile investing if you're interested in having Bremen here, but very, very cool. Very, very busy. Ooh, it's going to be interesting getting away here. We've got Alpaca Cargo's, Alpaca Airways, and here's me right in the corner in the ZIBO Mod 737. So this version today is the latest public version, 346.14. ZIBO actually gave me a copy of 347 release candidate, but I hadn't had any opportunity to test it at all, so I was like, well, there's a lot of features with the 347. Essentially, we're bringing the ability to save flights en route, so you can save, reload scenarios, and some other neat features as well. I think there's some things like to disable MPS scales, some other things as well. But I'm actually being a bit of a wuss today because I haven't had a chance to test it, so I'm in the latest publicly available one, which is 346.14. IO says, what? He doesn't actually start the stream 17:30. I'm here, and alive and kicking. Good morning, everyone. We've got all our friends in the US, probably a lot further west than us here. Very, very cool. Superb. But yeah, it's lovely to be back in the ZIBO mods. Been doing lots of ZIBO mod streams recently, but I've been enjoying them. And going back flying the last few days, it just made me realise, and I've said this so many times, how good X11 is and the ZIBO mod 737. Honestly, it's really helped with the profiles, the flows, and the procedures. So yeah, it's been super, super good doing these streams a lot more frequently now. So we're in this pandemic here. 23 departures from Bremen, says Lewis Hancock. Interesting. It's going to be interesting to get away from here. Cool. Let's jump into the cockpit here. You can see it's already raining here. I'll turn the music down. Completely cold and dark, and we'll get the show on the road. As usual, everything done as realistic as possible as per my operator's SPs. Right, batteries on, GPUs on the bus, electric hydraulic pumps are on. Pop the steady light on, shows we've got AC power. Landing gear lever is down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 green lights. Then check all the aircraft documentation. Let's do the squibs. They're all done. Fault fire. There's the fire wheel well. 3 lights, engine overheat lights as well. And there's the fire warning. Check the master caution. We should get fault safety detector in op and overheat detector. All looking good. Can you hear the wind in the game? I don't know if you can hear it. Let me just go outside here. I mean, that's just the background ZIBO mod, but you you're getting these gusts and wind sounds. It's really cool in the ZIBO mod to hear that there. So that's all done. That's armed. Let's have a look at our operational flight plan. There, you hear a rumble of thunder as well. Now, due to the thunderstorms and the fact there's also an event in Torp later, in Sandefjord, we'll take about 30 minutes extra fuel. So we're looking for 5.6. If we take 1,200 kilos on top of that, it's going to be 6.8 tons of fuel. So I'll just get that ordered now. And then I'll say thanks to whoever that was that just joined as a member. So 6.8, and we're going to take today 149 passengers. A nice random figure conjured up from nowhere. That should give us a 0 fuel weight of, go for the fuel truck here, 56.1, and that's showing me 55.8. Now ZIBO mod has always been fiddling with these 0 fuel weights and passenger numbers occasionally, unless it's been reset here. I should be getting 50. Oh, there we are. It's just slow to load. 56.1. Perfect. Tested it just before the stream, so it should have worked. Who we got here joining as a member? Welcome on board. I believe that's possibly Polish. I'm so sorry I can't pronounce this correctly. I think that's Maciek Jedlinski. Welcome on board, buddy. Glad you are enjoying the content. Invited to members only Discord or T Green. Enjoy your custom emojis in chat as well. Thank you very much indeed. Cool, let's carry on with the rest of that flow. We've got the fuel on the way. Test the attend button. Flaps are up, which matches the flap indicator position. Working away here. Stab trim canal switches are in normal. Do a config check. And cargo fire test coming up next. There is the fire warning discharge. 2 green lights and the fire bell, and the fire lights illuminated. That should be set to 2000. I think that's from when we last flew the mod into Abu Dhabi a few days ago, 3 days ago. I've been pretty consistent with the Flight Data Sim live streams. I've been trying to do one every 3 days, so we've done one every 3 days, I think, for the past 3 or 4 streams, which is great. Rudder radar on trim is 3 and 0. Gear extension doors closed. Circuit breakers are all in. And emergency escape rope, we check it's tethered to the aircraft. There's the flight recorder test. Mac airspeed warning test. There's the stall warning test. Again, we need to wait a little bit longer. I always then forget to do it later on in the stream. But IRS to nav on DC to align, heading STS 9 minutes, and circuit breakers are all in on the captain's side, and we're all ready to start boarding. There we are, start the flight legs. So that's that check done. Now we need to grab the ATIS if it is online. I mean, having issues, haven't we, trying to get the ATIS on voice on VATSIM for a while here, but we'll try and tune it. 132.375. Make that active. Select box 2. That shouldn't be playing it. It's still turned on.
Airborne 124.800. Wind 250 degrees 10 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers. Light showers of rain clouds. Few at cumulonimbus 1,500 feet. Scattered tower cumulus detected 2,500 feet. Temperature 7, 2.4 QNH 1007. Trend temporary. Wind 290 degrees 15 knots. Gusts up to 25 knots. Bremen information Delta.
Lovely.
Out.
Pleasant day here.
Bremen information Delta. Met report time 1620 Zulu. Expect ILS approach runway 27 runways in use 27. Transition level 70 when airborne 124.800. Wind 250 degrees 10 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers. Light showers of rain clouds.
Perfect.
Few at cumulonimbus 1000.
That's the weather recorded, and I've turned it off on box 2 here. So yes, not the nicest of days. Oh, forgot to mention, guys, for the first sector, we're running 4 hours behind live time, so we can enjoy the scenery into Oslo. But on the return sector, we're going to go live time, so it'll be a night flight back to Bremen. So yes, light showers of rain, few CBs at 1,500 feet, which is what you can hear rumbling away there. Towering cumulus 7 degrees, QNH is 1007, which is now set. I'm just turning the radiator off on my office here, 'cause it's really getting warm. 290 at 15, gusting 25 with temporary winds, and MFRA from the official OPT is 1367, so 1367 is now set. I love the background sounds, it's so cool. Very good. Let's turn on a little bit of panel lighting, background lighting, auto flight lighting as well. There we go. And rudder pedals, we then move oxygen recheck to 100%. I mentioned this before, when you push this there should be a little yellow flag that comes up. I'd definitely be calling the engineers in that case. Don't forget to make sure your coffee's full as well before the flight. There we are, ready to load up the flight management system. So here's our first flight plan. As I mentioned, take an extra 30 minutes of fuel. Looking good. Listen a minute, so you've been learning to fly helicopters. Don't explain how my brain is still smoking. Helicopters are tricky. I've flown a Robinson R22. I've had a few lessons, about 3, and it was tricky. It took some getting used to in real life. But I did actually buy a Huey for X-Plane 11 years ago. Never actually got around to streaming it. I don't think I've got all the right peripherals for it. Anyway, let's carry on with our flight in question. So we're currently in Bremen, Echo Delta Delta Whiskey. We'll take GPS left. Put that in the origin. We're then going to be going to Torp, November Tango Oscar. Call sign today is Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. Barter's definitely Robo 27 of those winds. We're expecting a Wessa 1 Kilo. There we are. And it's going to be Tango 903 to Ripso. Ripso direct to Alpha Lima Sierra. Oops. What happened there? What's the line select keyed in twice? Direct to Alpha Lima Sierra. Papa 615 Artur. Direct Issoci. So just going directly north, straight over top of Denmark as we fly to Norway. So that's selected arrivals. Expecting the Issoci to Sierra, it'll be ILS 18, and the transition, let me just have a look here ahead on the chart, into Oslo Torp, it'll be via Unvid. Do we have an Unvid transition? We do. Why it's down there, it should be up here, that's a little bug, it's on 3 right for some reason. Right, route activate, executed. Just going to quickly step through that, make sure there's no any funny discontinuities, and it looks like I'd expect it to. So, looking resplendent is the word we use here. Flight data sim. Perfect. Right, that's set to map. Let's do performance. So, now someone very well spotted last stream actually noticed that we completed the takeoff performance whilst the aircraft was still refueling, and our V-speeds are wrong, which is actually very well done because I actually forgot to load fuel on in the ZIBO tablet. So make sure when you do your performance that the fueling is complete. Otherwise, your weight, which is automatically updated from your fuel, won't be correct. Anyway, zero fuel weight is 56.1 based off 149 passengers. Reserves for our alternate, which is Oslo's main airport. I think it's Gardermoen, I think it's pronounced. That's the sum of these fuel figures. That's already running up there. 2.2. Cost index, we'll use the good old 30. Using a flight level 350. It's executed, and 350 here on the overhead panel. Elevation in Oslo Torp is 286 feet, so we'll set that to 300. That is set. Top climb winds at flight level 350, 314 at 33 knots. Top climb ISA is a +1. And the average wind, sorry, 306 and 27. Lovely. So that's done. Performance I've already calculated from the APT. Full 22k. No assumed temperature today, especially with those winds. And that's full 22k. With bleed, we're expecting 90.8. So it should be 91.6 there. Said it's 91.1. There's been some discrepancies recently, but expecting 90.8 once we get the bleed on. Take off flap 5, and wet speeds I need to select as well, so I'm just doing in the official APT. No, it won't let me calculate it now. Why haven't it deleted that? Well, the speeds are wet 29 36 43, and I've got 28 36 42 in the OPT. So that's all set, and 143 knots can come up here on the MCP. There we are, so the FMS is loaded, performance routing information as well. Lars, on point with the names today. I am not 100% sure with the Sandefjord pronunciation. Gardermoen's not so difficult. I'll try my best as we go along there. Tim Waters, window heat's needed. Yes, you're right. It'll help get some of the rain off there, and they could start to steam up. We'll get them on ASAP. Jonas, ZIBO's getting also autosave, which is amazing. Absolutely. Now I was going to use that version for today's stream, 347. He's got release candidate out showing the autosave feature, but I hadn't had any opportunity to test it because I've been flying the last few days at work. So I'm going to be testing it on the next few days off to have a look at it there. Tune load straight to the point. When are we in the sky? Well, we're just going to finish setting up the aircraft as we would do in real life, and then we'll get the clearance, and then we'll be on our way. Hoping to push back within the next 10 minutes if it's not too busy. Right, FMS is loaded. Your dampers on, nav transfer, display switches, normal auto. Fuel 4 pumps on. There's no fuel in the centre tank. There's 0. Crossfeed bright, dim, bright, and off. That's all set. We've got the seatbelt sign on because fueling is complete. Window heat we can now turn on. Temperature here was 7 degrees, so we are in icing conditions. We will use engine wing anti-ice for departure. Trim hairs on, max auto, and that is all set. Perfect. Right, let's have a look at our charts. So runway QDM for runway 27, 266 degrees. We're going to set 266 on the heading and courses here on the MCP. 266, 266. Might have to do some weather avoidance on here. I have my active sky setting on so where it actually, when you have CBs mentioned on the ATIS, or the METAR, sorry, it actually generates thunderstorms, which might not also always be true. I mean, CBs are cumulonimbus clouds, but then TS is usually what indicates on the METAR, and they're actually active thunderstorms. So there might be CBs forecast on the METAR. I mean, I might just... Yeah, look, I'm going to be frying everyone here, but look, there's a lot of weather here, which is being depicted by CB, so we're going to probably... The SID at the moment is keeping us away from weather, so we'll keep a close eye on that. We want to try and avoid that there. Jonas, what Oslo Torp scenery are you using, says Jason Carlson? It's the stock gateway scenery. There isn't any... There is one in the X-Plane forum, but it's very old, and like with many of the high-quality gateway airports, this one's actually really nice. It's been updated, I think, within the last couple of years. It has all the correct stands and the runway orientation, so yeah, unfortunately, no decent rendition of that airport in X-Plane 11, or one that's not the stock one. Where did we get to? Yeah, we're talking about the weather. Yes, it was setting up the MCP, weren't we? So, runway QDM's 266. Taxi then, guys. We're on stand 8. It's going to be pushed back to face sort of east on the northern taxiway. We're going to go November taxiway. Out via Charlie Hotel, then a left turn on Foxtrot. And then my performance have actually calculated from Echo, but I think it's going to be quite busy down there at the whole point. So we're probably going to have to go full in via Foxtrot. The SID we're expecting is the West 1 Kilo runway 27. Initial climb clearance is 4,000 feet. It's got 4,100 feet here set on the MCP in preparation for that. It's climb straight ahead from Bremen VOR, so 1745. We'll make that active. 1745. 1745. And from there, radial 266, which is the same as runway QDM, same as the 266 bearing from the HIG NDB. We're going to make a turn at 1.7, turn right, intercept 022 bearing to the western NDB, which is up here, 378. So it's just a conventional SID to an NDB. Don't see many of these days, but 378 will make that active. To ADF. Oh yeah, it's already picked it up, which is really cool, and on the RMI as well. So that's the SID. Just make sure I select terrain and airports here. Auto brake to RTO, reset the fuel flow. Legs on the FMS for the first officer. Trim. Oh yeah, I forgot to set the trim for departure. 6 units. 6 units set. And the ground crew are now being baked, said the Gadget Badger. Yes, we should not be using weather radar. That was just a more demonstration to show you what it would look like anyway with the weather at the moment. Cool, we're all good here. I'm going to get the APU fired up now. And we'll call for the better pushback too, because we're all pretty much ready to go. We're running nicely ahead of schedule here. It's going to be super busy getting out of here too. Let's just connect first.
On to cockpit. Toes driving up.
Sounds very authentic. Very German. Liam Arnold, opinions on the ZIBO VP MDG. I've been using the ZIBO mod solely now for 2 years. I moved over to X-Plane 11 from FSX or Prepared. So I've not flown it for a while. I don't know if PMDG have made some updates to the NGXU. I know it's come out. It is very good. I think it does well within Prepared, but I'm so impressed with X-Plane's blade element theory, the way aircraft handle, and the ZIBO mod is. It's leaps and bounds beyond what it was when I started flying it. It's so good now. So yeah, it's ZIBO for me. Listen to me, he's Dirk the pusher. Let's call him Dirk. You're the boss. Listen to me said CB stands for chocolate bun, TS is for tomato salad. Wonderful. Mac, what kind of OFB format are you using to get FMC for its well-known European airline? Out there. Scott Morgan, CG in the FMS, I just caught that, thank you. Guys, always be my eyes and ears in chat. You are my virtual first officers. I love it. I love the interaction. So it is tough for me to do everything, especially while streaming, to get it all in there. Right, should we try and grab a clearance? We only have Bremen approach online. Let's give them a whirl. Can be busy here.
291.4 QNH 1007 trend temporary. Wind 29.
Let's get rid of the ATIS.
Alpaca 291 push is approved, face south. Push approved facing south, Alpaca 291.
Alpacas everywhere. Bremen approach, very good day. Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar on stand 8 and confirmation Delta 1007. Departure clearance to Sandefjord Torp, please.
From the 9976, turn left heading 010.
Left hand heading 010.
Gwen Jones, what's the flight time? About an hour and 5 minutes.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, Bremen, good evening. Information Delta correct, cleared. Echo November Tango Oscar, this is Sierra November 1 Kilo departure route. Flight planned route, Squawk 2122.
Cleared to Torp on the Weather 1 Kilo flight plan route thereafter. Squawk 2122, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, and request push and start sequence.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, reflex was correct, silent push approved, face southwest.
Push start approved, face southwest, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, thank you. Right, there we go.
It was southeast, sorry, my bad.
What's he saying sorry for? He didn't do it.
Alpaca 1 for Mike Juliet,
What's he saying sorry for that? I don't know what he's saying sorry for. It was perfect. 4,000 feet, the Weather 1 Kilo, and the Squawk is in 2122, and AP is up and running. Before I forget, look, don't forget to close the doors.
Left heading 300, cleared ILS from 827.
Left to them, heading
I can
300.
find it.
Kilo less.
Oh my god, where's the doors?
Yep, ILS.
Retract. Close.
Roger, left hand heading
Close.
300, 227. Lufthansa 6.
Packs off. Air condition lights on. Parking brake is set for now. Transponder out off, and we have all the doors closed. Let's go. Look at that for efficiency. Oh no! I need to reset the parking brake because I've not actually said where I want to go. And he wanted me to actually push back.
Please show me where you want to go.
He wanted me to face south. He wanted actually me to face southwest, he said. That's technically that way. Definitely said face south-southwest. It's like, because it's like east-west though. It's got to be this way. It's got to be this way.
4225
I mean, look at the queue.
Okay, 6 Yankee, Squawk 4235.
Anyway, you can't go out this way because it's going to go straight to the runway.
6 Yankee, read by correct, started approved, call for push.
Why am I zooming out so far? I'm just seeing where the taxiway goes to. Yeah, it's going to have to be behind all these aircraft, unfortunately.
Alpaca 295, wind 250 degrees, 10 knots, runway 27, cleared for takeoff.
He said face south. Let me just have a look at the taxiway chart. Yeah, it can't be the other way because it's going to be going via Bravo. What I'm going to do is has to be. Let me just show you the chart, guys. He did say face south.
There will be
I think he means to go in this direction instead of this way because there is a Bravo, but that's usually used for parking. Just to show you here. So I can't really taxi down there. Look, it's all aircraft and stuff. I'll just have to go in the queue, guys.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
It's gonna have to be. I think wingtip clearance issue. Right, let's see if I can actually. I'm gonna actually look. I'm gonna get the wingtip there.
9976 after the touch and go.
What I'm gonna do is actually make it a really long push look, just in case. I can actually taxi on that way.
How connected and bypass been inserted. Release parking brake.
Let's do that again. Parking brake released. Gonna take a while to get out of here, guys.
Starting pushback, and you may start the engine.
Right, on our way. 1 minute ahead of schedule.
Blocked, scan 903, you're not moving anywhere before the Danish air review.
It is very cool.
By a moment.
Have you seen that new update VATSIM announced as well, where they're going to have a much smoother interface for other aircraft on the network, so it's not going to be such like blocky the way it moves? Oh yeah, got the Alpaca Airways tug out again now. Updates the textures.
Traffic in front of you, but once that moves, you can taxi
This
to
could be a little tail clearance issue. Well, imagine we've now been qualified clear of the Indybills A300 here. It's time.
Alpaca straight whiskey alpha ready for taxi.
Little alpaca lips of Bremen.
Blocked, confirm Danish 731 ready for taxi.
The VATSIM Bremen jam overload event doesn't start for another hour. Hour, 2 hours. I'm going to delay the engine start, guys. There's no point starting the engines if you... Cool, look at that. Oh, I think I might have gone through it. Oh, it's enough there. Yeah, that might not be improved in real life. I love the flexibility better pushback gives you. You can just design your own pushbacks there. Why are my spoilers up? Oh, don't tell me. Oh yes, good job I checked that. Let me just plug in and plug out my joystick again. There we go, as happened before. Questionable pushback.
You're also the conga line behind the lobby in front of you. Runway 279 November.
Behind the conga line. Where's this guy pushed to? That's a narrow little taxiway. Well, I've got two options here. There's an e-build here. Is there a taxiway?
6 in 260 degrees 12 knots, runway 27 clear, touch and go.
Someone doing touch and goes as well. Yeah, there's two. Yeah, there's a Sierra line there as well, so we could get the Sierra line, that would be pretty cool, if the A300 moves soon. I've given me the option to go down here as well. Is it going to be another flight with a mouse? I had that feeling, Tro. I think it just sometimes does that, especially when Mariana playing Valorant a lot. Anthony, on the golf course, boss, have a good flight. Awesome, you have a great round of golf, buddy. It's carnage. Poor
Operation complete. Please check parking brake.
parking brake set. Right, let's start the engines. We've got plenty of additional fuel, so starting engine number 2. Sometimes when it's really busy like this, on first wave departures, I've had this before, you actually get pushed to a remote part of the airport and just wait with the APU running until your slot comes around. ENTO. Oil pressure and N1, 25%.
Qantas 808, Bremen, good evening. Echo is now current. Cleared Berlin via Nienburg 7 kilo. Departure route flight plan
Norsky, don't be messing with Mariana's mouse sensitivity settings. Change it all the time. Change it on the mouse at least.
Tower is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. I'll see you next time. Have a safe flight.
Auf Wiedersehen. Right, 2463, 2 stable.
Right, the line Bravo Foxtrot, behind the traffic.
Don't go on the grass. Oh, Dirk, what have you done? It's actually quite nice. He's just cut across the grass to go into his parking bay. My bypass bin C. Head to, oh, it's max motoring already. Oil pressure and M1. Try and check the spar valve if you get a chance. It's too slow.
Lufthansa 17.
Morning from Dallas, says Simon. Quadruple 07. Good day to you.
Is clear, push is approved, face south.
Tien load takes a long time. He's still wanting me to get airborne ASAP. Robin, what engine do you use a single engine taxi? At operator, we don't do single engine taxi on departure. On taxi in, generally we shut down engine number 2 first because that's where the ground crew will be stationed with the ground power and everything like that. Right, start account, monitoring engine number 1. 24631, stay aboard. Let's go. Jerry's on, APU's on. Start switches.
976, sorry, you're identified again.
Wing engine anti-ice off departure. Wing anti-ice turns off as soon as you're airborne. And that's set.
Bagger 295, leaving my
That's
airspace,
fine.
to Unicom 122.8, bye-bye.
Those flight controls, 4 forwards, 4 back, left,
Bagger 14, Bravo Sierra,
centre right, here comes the runners, 4 right, 4 left. Cool. Plan lower to you, that's it for taxi, checklist is complete. Nate says, love watching you go through the pre-flight, pretty sure it'll take me 3 to 4 hours to do the same thing. Doing it for a while, but yeah, keep practicing. Keep getting more
behind, departing 737-800, on runway 27 and wind behind.
We'll request taxi. They're getting away at least, they're fun stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Number 8 for departure.
Bremen departure 150, request push south. Qantas 808, push is approved, face south. Push approved, face south, 160. Great.
Oh wait.
For Kilo, there's traffic taxiing behind you, it will be another 2 minutes.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar request taxi.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, follow the company Conga line for November Charlie Foxtrot holding point 27.
Take the company Conga line, Charlie Foxtrot runway 27, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. Perfect.
76, left.
Turn off taxi, clear left, and clear right. Thanks Jim. Please park brake. Here comes the config check. There we are, no takeoff config warning. And we're on our way.
50, 40, 30.
Thanks on Fly Sim World for the £5 donation.
We need a bigger airport, lol.
Thank you very much, Flight Sim World, one of my newest members onto the channel. We do need a bigger airport for sure. Actually, credit to the controller, just an approach controller, and he doesn't seem to be flustered at all. He's just getting us all the way, one by one, so credit to him. Yes, but 2 runways. This is a small airport, small length runway as well. I think the runway is less than 2,000 metres, and a lot of traffic here. More than Bremen will perhaps see in the space of 30 minutes, and it's going to be probably even busier later on. But thank you very much for your donation. Very, very kind of you, sir. So we'll get out of the apron. Maximum taxi speed in the apron, 15 knots.
40,
and once on the taxi
30,
we'll
20, 10.
Thanks a lot, Paul Clark, for the £5 donation.
I live in Horsham and have 9-minute flights going over at 3,700 feet from Gatwick. Sounds like recency flights. Your flights and base, of course, private.
Thank you very much, Paul Clark, for your £5 donation. Yes, loads of airlines doing recency flights. All of them. So you have to keep the aircraft current as well. Thank you very much for respecting my privacy as well. Appreciate that. And yes, there's a lot of empty aircraft going around. You'll look on flight radar, you can see them spinning around in circles. Very few airlines actually running scheduled flights at the moment. So yeah, very cool. Might have even been me, Paul Clark. You never know. Thanks a lot for the donation, buddy.
Push start approved after your company traffic clear from left to right, 836.
That's young Dave, one of our members. Glad to hear him on VATSIM. Phil MC, how do you taxi perfect on the line? The eye point I've got used to in the ZIBO mod is pretty much here. It's just working out where the nose wheel is. So if I just dip down here, and you see the alpacas in the car. It's just sort of getting used to it there. So you can see that I'm slightly off it. And actually, it's not all about being perfectly on the line as well. What you'll find is a lot of taxi lines which have the green taxi lights on it. We actually don't want to taxi over that because it's quite uncomfortable. The nose wheel going over the taxi lights gives a big when you're taxiing at 25-30 knots, it's actually quite loud. It probably doesn't do the nose wheel any good. So actually, when we're taxiing, generally we're a little bit offset on the taxi line. Obviously in the sim you don't get it.
Squawk 3 November Victor, line up runway 27 and wait.
But I like to, and I was told to when I
Line up
became a
runway
captain,
27
was
and
in the
wait
commando
till
grade
taxi
to
number
taxi with the nose wheel just off the centre line for the taxiway, just for passenger comfort as well. So yeah, how do I do it? It's just a bit of experience, centre line tracking as well. The nose wheel of the 737 is slightly behind the flight deck, so you just overshoot the turn slightly, and especially if you're doing a sharp 90-degree lineup, you want to do. You've probably seen it in previous streams where I overshoot the line as well. It just takes a bit of experience and practice.
Roger. From the 976, descent altitude 3,000 feet.
Default rain's a bit pants, but it's okay. I just wish that with Vulcan they could have those cool ski rain effects working.
Ryanair 3612, you're identified, climb flight level 240.
John Kessler, flight deck sims recency flies around on the reset, as you know. John, don't say anything.
From the 976, left heading 360.
Left 360, Lufthansa 976.
This controller is doing a great job there. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, we're number 7, but he's getting people away, which is pretty cool.
Lufthansa 976 will make it actually a full soft landing. Is it okay for you?
Ja, das passt auch, okay.
And it's got someone doing touch and goes.
Bremen approach to the big bay at 365, information declaring with the aircraft.
BR 365, Bremen, good evening. Stand by your number 2 for clearance.
Better stop. Instead of getting 300 in front of us.
Departure request taxi.
Yeah, I think we'll jump back into the Beluga next stream.
Taxi holding point runway 27
Itchy
via
to
Golden
fly
Foxtrot.
that. Jamlin, one of the livery makers, has not only made a fantastic livery for us as well, he's even made an A380 flight deck to sim rudder to carry around, which is awesome. Gwen, do you prefer the Beluga or this? I prefer the ZIBO mod day in, day out, because I want to fly, it's what I fly, so I'm very comfortable with this. But the Beluga is one of my second favourites, amongst many other second favourites. I didn't even realise that. Jamlin, look at that. I had no idea that was there. Is there anything else? Easter eggs. Look, alpacas in the hold.
For the 976, left heading 300, kid ILS Zulu, runway 27.
Left heading 300, kid Zulu 27, Lufthansa 999.
Oh, we'll do the before takeoff checklist now.
Squawk 3 November Victor, wind 260 degrees, 12 knots, runway 27, cleared for takeoff.
So config we checked, flaps we have 5 green lights, stab trim set for departure, 6 units set, takeoff briefing, packs order bleeds on, V speeds are set for departure, 29, 36, 143 set on the MCP, and we have no V speeds here on the PFD. Departure is going to be a west of 1 kilo, we're going to climb straight ahead to a distance of... There it was, 1.7 miles off Bravo Mike November. We'll be using LNAV to the coding waypoint. There's going to be a right turn 022 inbound to the Wesser NDB. Stop altitude is 4,000 feet, which is set on the MCP. NADP2 departure, so we'll buck up at 1,000 feet. Any problems, we're going to climb straight ahead to the MSA. Highest MSA around here is 2,100 feet, so we're going to 3,000 feet, deal with the problem there. And that's it. Checks complete, we just got to wait for departure. Cannon tops auto throttle, yes, that will come on whilst we line up. Super busy. Alpacas loose in the cargo, said Ivan. Absolutely. Todd, you're about 3 aircraft ahead of you. Oh my days, guys. I might start doing some streams where I do it impromptu. I mean, I only published this stream last night. You usually get 4 or 5 of you guys. It is the weekend, to be fair. Nate H, is there a standard distance you are supposed to hold behind traffic? About this, there isn't a set distance, just be sensible. You don't want to be too close, because you'll be ingesting the fumes through the engine bleed system into the air conditioning system, so you get injection of fumes coming into the aircraft. Sim Aviation says TCAS Captain. Yes, at the moment we're in out off. When we line up, we'll select TARA. Guru says, what is the call sign for alpaca cargo? We use alpaca for all of our airline subsidiaries. Alpaca Logistics. Simony Bob, what's the speed limit on the taxiway? My operator 30 knots. Maximum taxi speed 30 knots. Affy TT3, hello sir, I would love if you made Alpaca Airlines a virtual airline where you book flights, have rated and stuff. I think you should have enough pilots there. A lot of people have suggested it, and I certainly would. I've been considering it, let's say. It's just managing it, and I've got plenty of people who would love to manage it as well. I might look into it. I quite like it as it is now, sort of as like an unofficial. People can join it and join on there and use the call sign and stuff. It's pretty cool. So yeah, I'll think about it still. I'm still thinking about it. Aaron Ace is +1 for the VA. Very cool. John, did you see the 320 sim pilots flying at 200 at the same time? Multi 737 streamed today. I did see he was streaming today. I genuinely try not to stream at the same time as V1 Simulations and 320 sim pilot, the best kind of two other well-known real-world pilots. You know, sometimes we're all free at the same time, and what can we do? And unfortunately, I know some guys like to watch both, but I generally stream on Saturday or Sunday. I've been consistently doing a stream over 3 days, but yeah, I thoroughly recommend checking his videos out. I haven't really watched so many, but he is the A320 pilot. They're both V1 and 320 pilot are the A320 pilot equivalents of what I'm doing. Scott Morgan, I imagine you'd have to hold for wake turbines from the A300. Yeah, it's probably 2 minutes. I don't know what category the A300 falls into, but yeah, I'm not sure about that. Not many flying around these days. GJ, how do you turn on the weather radar? There's a little button here that says WXR for weather. Which will turn on once we line up.
Shuttle 8 Yankee behind the citation on short final, line up runway 27 and wait behind.
Petrich, is the auto throttle on lineup just to prevent inadvertent toga activations on the taxiway? That's one reason. There are some airlines that select auto throttle on stand, and there's nothing wrong with that. It is going to be extremely difficult to inadvertently select toga, and if you do, you just disconnect the auto throttle, close the thrust lever. It's just the way we do things at the at my operator.
Alpaca 90 Alpha, you're ready to copy clearance.
Grid Joes, did you have to pay for this, please? ZIBO mod is free, X-Men 11 obviously you have to pay for, and this scenery by SDG is payware scenery, but there's many very good free mods available. Great thing X-Men 11 has a great community behind it with lots of free stuff available, which is great. GJ, sorry, GJ, only that nothing happens if I push the button. Maybe you've got no weather. You need to have weather displayed, but it should say WXR, like that. There you go, there's weather depicted already. It'd be scanning in real life, it just comes as a picture on in the desktop sim. Todd Gibley, quick question, if you are held on the ground for a significant period of time, are you allowed to close the engines down to save fuel and run on the APU in real life? Yes. In a queue like this, no, because you're going to keep on moving. But if you had, say, like I said earlier on in the stream, what's quite common is, especially at an airport like Bremen, there's only a few stands available. So if you're delayed, you're going to be blocking that stand, perhaps for an inbound aircraft. So if you have a slot, so what they'd actually prefer you to do is to perhaps they might push you all the way to a remote stand or somewhere where there's no traffic, or they might even get you to start engines. This is a pre-procedure as well. Start the engines, taxi to a remote part of the airfield, then shut down again. And as you said, on the APU just to make sure you have AC. But yeah, that's not too uncommon in the summer. I've done that multiple times. Matt Osborne, do you think you'll get the PMDG 737 from Microsoft Flight Simulator? Absolutely will be, yes.
Bravo Foxtrot.
Isaac Ellis, what is the minimum operating temperature for the 737 minus? Now let me quote this. I think it's minus 63, and that's actually from the AFM table, which I have as a shortcut on my OPT here. It's a very tricky one because it's not in any official documentation or manual, but they do have this table in the AFM. Very unusual to see temperatures that cold. Sorry, not minus 73. Minus 73. Minus 73 is the minimum in-flight outside air temperature. And I've never seen it that cold before. And that is actually in the AFM, the manual. They have a table in there, which is called the environmental envelope, and it shows you kind of like the maximum minimum temperatures at various phases of flight. So yeah, minus 73 outside air temperature, which is balmy. I've never seen it that cold. I've seen minus 65, minus 66, but never as cold as minus 73. You have to be very careful in those sort of temperatures of the fuel temperature. The minimum fuel temperature is minus 43. So if you're flying a long time in those sort of temperatures, it can get quite cold. He's left a big old gap in between him. Come on, mister. Regis said you should check the live VATSIM map. All flights are alpacas. We're everywhere. TNG Snow, have you been in super bad weather conditions? Yes. I've been close to diverting. Last year, no, 2 years ago, sorry. I was flying into an undisclosed destination, I won't say where, and there was, it was pretty much an impenetrable wall of thunderstorms ahead of us, so we were having to divert around 40 or 50 miles around it, which wasn't a big issue, but the big issue was the amount of traffic going into the airport, and everyone was going in the same direction, and it was a bit of pandemonium. ATC was having a hard time ensuring everyone was separated, but we managed to get in. We had loads of extra fuel, but yeah, it was pretty bumpy. Narrow corridors with weathers, and there were cells everywhere. Pretty nasty. But yeah, you must never fly through an active cell, red radar return, and give it plenty of distance. Not too dissimilar today. Yeah, plenty of nasty weather around. I'm guessing Tokyo. Leonard TVG, no. Remember, stop it.
Okay, contact is await then taxi request 27 via Foxtrot and Echo.
Paul Shoes was watching stream and playing Valorant. It's pretty tricky, but it. Phil Brown would flashing your landing lights be equivalent of flashing full beam in the sim, of course. It's significantly brighter than the full beam you get in, say, a motor car. But no, we don't use the lights like that. It's fun as it would be. Aleski, hello everyone from Finland, good day to you. Unfortunately not visiting that beautiful country today, but your Scandinavian friends we're flying into.
Scandinavian 1103, behind departing
Thanks everyone for your patience, but this is what it's like at very large, busy international airports. I didn't know if I mentioned it last stream, but the longest I've ever had to taxi was in Barcelona once. Taxiing from Barcelona, there had been an incident on the runway, and they actually had closed the runway for about 15 minutes. And Barcelona is busy, even when it's fully operational. And thankfully, at the time, we were on stand and we heard this going on. The weather was perfect, but we took a little bit of extra fuel just for any potential delays at the whole point. We took 300 kilos, about 30 minutes. They already take quite a lot of extra fuel for taxi anyway. And from off-block to airborne, it's around an hour and 15 minutes. That's how long it took us to get airborne. Absolutely crazy. So it was half of our flight time was just getting to the whole point. It's going to be a long stream.
Bremen,
Scott Morgan, this is very similar to Atlanta at its busiest time. Atlanta has the advantage of having, what, 200 runways? Something like that. As opposed here to having one. And it is just still, right now, one controller. Incredible. The thing is, the issue isn't just having one controller. He's got plenty of capacity. It is just the sheer traffic. We're getting number 3 for departure. We've done the before takeoff checklist already. Whoa, what are you doing? Idiot! That's Mariana, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, you bashed the back of my chair.
50.
Thanks.
40. 30.
Unbelievable.
20. 10.
Thanks a lot, Nate H, for the £5.
Wish I was a pilot, but I enjoy living vicariously through you.
Oh, thanks, Nate.
Thanks for being so kind answering all of our questions. Cheers, mate.
Thank you very much, Nate H, for your £5. Anytime. I really love the streams, and before coronavirus was streaming, now obviously doing a lot more whilst I'm off here, and it's what the channel's all about. The great thing is, sometimes you come with some guys come with some cracking questions, questions which I really I have to think about, and actually it makes me look it up even sometimes during the stream, and I'm like, oh wow, that's actually good to refresh my knowledge. So it's actually really good from that perspective. The sheer amount of stuff you have to know and retain is huge, but some of those little obscure facts, especially technical facts, can be easily forgotten, so it's nice that you sometimes ask those questions to review. Yes, that was Marianne, everyone. Oh dear, oh dear. Flight Deck Sim Gaming, that's our second channel Marianne uses to moderate whilst I'm streaming. Unbelievable. Yes, as I was trying to say before that happened here, be very cautious here. Notice how the whole point is on the parallel taxiway, not where you'd expect it to be at 90 degrees there, so it's very easy to actually have a runway incursion. Crossing this line means you're entering active runway, so even though you don't physically go onto the runway, it's still a runway incursion, so make sure you respect the whole points where they're located. Aerodynamic simulation, how long have we been on the ground? I'd hope to have been airborne by now, but it is extremely busy here in Bremen at the moment, so we number 3 by the looks of it here, so unless there's anyone on final, Norwegian just about to say we should be hopefully away sooner rather than later.
Good evening, information echo correct, cleared, Echo November Tango Oscar, Viva 1 kilo departure route, flight attendant route, squawk 0651.
Very good.
Good, Echo November Tango Oscar, there's 1 kilo departure, squawk 0651.
Similarly, Bob, have you had to do an emergency descent in real life? Thankfully not. Thankfully not.
Identified climb level 100.
He's also doing radar controllers here as well.
Sunday Delta Foxtrot, descend, altitude 3000 feet, QH 1007.
Down 3000, 1007, Lufthansa Echo Foxtrot.
Very good.
Scandinavian 1103, wind 260 degrees, 12 knots, runway 27, cleared for takeoff.
Scott Morgan, Flight Sim Gaming, you've been enjoying your streams over the gaming channel. Yes, Mariana has been streaming on Flight Sim Gaming, some Valorant streams. I'm going to be streaming there again very soon. We are well due a Eurotruck stream. I'm really getting into playing a Kerbal Space Program as well, on my kind of like chill time as well. I managed to get back to the moon on my own with my own design rocket, so I think that I haven't really been that excited to stream that though.
30, 20,
so I don't know if I need to watch as well. Flight Sim Mega, thank you so much, buddy, for the £10 donation.
Oh, some nice entertainment while in bumping and cruising to Houston from Frankfurt with my Lufthansa PMDG 747.
Awesome.
Torp is my home airport as well. Happy flying, Captain.
Well, thank you very much, Flight Sim Mega, for your £10 donation. Very, very cool. Looks like you've got a very long flight in the PMD 747. So Houston from Frankfurt. So I don't know, probably over the middle of the Atlantic or something. But, thank you very much for your donation. Glad to be flying to your real home. Thank you very much. Cool. Well, looks like we're going to be number 2 here. So on that note, I'm going to actually mute the alerts there. Thank you to everyone that donated so far. That's very kind of you. And new Kerbal Space Program's coming in, I know, it looks really cool. Joshua Setford, have you been gliding before? Yes, that's how I started flying. Flew solo on my 16th birthday in a Pukats glider, Polish built glider. What's happened to my chat box? There we Fly Simwell, thank you very much for the £5 donation. It won't ping up because I've just muted the alerts. Think it's an ILS 18 arrival according to ATIS. Thank you very much, Fly Simwell. Yes, based off the forecast winds, I'm guessing you're talking about Torp Sandefjord. I'm expecting ILS 18 today. So thank you very much for your donation. Very much appreciated. My virtual jet first officer, basically. Appreciate it. Thank you.
On the 8 Alpha Foxtrot, turn right, heading 190.
Right turn 190, Lufthansa 8 Alpha Foxtrot.
Very cool. What's the probe heats in the horizontal stabilizer, or the vertical stabilizer, sorry? They are the elevator field probes. I'll show you. Basically, there's a couple of probes here. Are they modelled in the ZIBO MOD? Anyway, I see here, there's 5 probes in total, 2 of them in the tail here, and the elevator field system basically provides, or measures the indicated airspeed and provides a force for the elevator. Because if you imagine a hydraulically powered aircraft, when you're flying quite slowly, you want to have the feel of the aircraft feeling slowly compared to, say, if you're going fast, so it puts that into the flight control system. Hi Jack, that was Jack snorting away. No, he's now gone away. He realises it's not getting any attention from me.
Transavia 119, are you able
But yeah, there you go. Those are the sort of questions people ask, and it makes me actually have to think for a while. But yeah, it's the elevator fuel system provides a sort of aerodynamic loading. You imagine a Cessna when you go faster, you feel the airflow going faster. Here it has to be sort of artificially created.
Face out.
Conga line. Amazing. How much traffic's behind us? About as many than there were in front. Oh, I hope you guys are not all doing 2 sectors. That's where we left our Beluga the other day. So cool. I think when we do the Beluga stream, I might start from where we left off in Bremen. I'm not sure, unless you guys want to see a different sector. Tom Gibley says it's gorgeous above the clouds, or hopefully it'll be above there anytime soon. We've been streaming for nearly an hour. Ollie Blocks Gamer, how was your first flight 2021? Mega. It was really cool. Nice to just get back up again. The flights are very quick. They're less than 20 minutes up and down. We have to brief the approach on the ground. But yeah, it's just nice to get a takeoff, landing, some hand flying done. Great fun flying an empty aircraft as well, guys. Done it a few times, but yeah, today had a more than a 10 knot crosswind, so we go full 22k on the thrust, and even at full 22k of an aircraft that's empty, weighs about 42 tons, it climbs 4,500 feet per minute. It's crazy. Yeah, really enjoyed it, thanks. Ricey, what aircraft is that in front of you? It's an Airbus A300. Alpaca cargo line. CSL models are really nice. Yes, obviously zoomed on the textures aren't perfect, but I think it looks great. Serious short flight deck sim livery. Lufthansa model there. The 737, there's a Ryanair. And we've got Aerogal. What is Aerogal?
Okay, thank you.
Never heard of them. Another Alpaca Airways. Bring up the rear. And an MD-82 as well. Superb. What airline that is. So busy. Well, number 2. Simply Bob just about to fill in the census. I guess you're in the UK then, we still need to do ours. Very good. Bodybuilder muscle chap captain, if you've got a moment, can I do my annual pilot incapacitation on you? Oh, okay. That's another stream we need to do, is the incapacitation stream. IO, what is it? Already been 60 minutes, I know. We'd hoped to have been airborne at least 20 minutes ago, but this is how it's so busy. Stepan, why can't I see alpaca liveries on the others on VATSIM? There you go. You need to make sure you drop that into your Bluebell. Hopefully, if you've got the Bluebell CSL pack, that will get you all sorted. It was light when I moved off stand. Yeah, I'm running the sim 4 hours behind live time. You'll have to refuel at this rate, I know. How much? What's our block fuel again? It's something that would be a concern if you took standard fuel. So we took 6.8, didn't we? And we're now down to 6.5, so we burnt 300 kilos of fuel. And the flight plan presumes we burnt 113, so we burnt nearly 3 times as much as expected. Now, had I taken standard block fuel, we need to make sure that we are airborne with no less than this. So not block fuel, because that takes taxi into account, but this is the minimum fuel to get airborne. So if we see we're going to be less than that, we have to go get more fuel. And if there's delays like we've experienced here, if you took standard block fuel, you'd be, yeah, it'd be a bit tricky. You'd be wanting to take a bit extra if you expected this sort of delay. But because we took an extra 30 minutes of flight time, we have more than enough to sit here for ages. We've run out of coffee down the back already. Awesome. Guys, if you just tuned in, welcome to this Flight Deck Sim live stream on a 2-sector day. The streams will probably last 18 hours. We're currently number 2 for departure out of Bremen, going to Oslo, Torp, Sandefjord. Flight time about an hour, once we do eventually get airborne. Plan is to come back as well. Don't forget to smash the thumbs up button, etc, etc. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, guys. Ollie Block Gamer, poor ATC controlling that place, I know, he's super busy. He's done a great job though, the approach control has been phenomenal. And the issue isn't him, it's just the sheer amount of traffic getting out of this small airport. Matt Oswald, can we see the cabin? Absolutely. Seems like we've got the time. Check it out.
Well, that's the line up here.
We do like to brainwash the passengers, so we have the Alpaca Airways TV advert on loop continuously, just to ensure that you only ever fly with Alpaca Airways. Thank you very much, Javelin. So yeah, it's a really nice cabin layout in the ZIBO mod. Really nice with the custom Alpaca Airways. Sounds as well are phenomenal. They're so good in the cabin. You can hear the electric hydraulic pumps. Very realistic. There you go. Anyway, it looks like he's lining up now. We'll listen out for our call sign. Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. We've already done the before takeoff. Check this, guys. Ah, yes, sneaks now. Yes, don't look at the Lama International Airlines safety video. You ought to be looking at Alpaca Airways. If you type in YouTube, Alpaca Airways commercial, or just Alpaca Airways, you'll see our wonderful advert. So, try and encourage you to fly our airline. Even brainwashing passengers to ride on Alpaca Airways. What are you on about? Oh. Oh, I thought an aircraft delivered. Oh, he's doing a rolling takeoff. Anyway. Very set. Put the weather radar on now. Right, so when the weather's quite ropey like this, when you line up, you just want to make sure before you take off that the departure area is clear of weather. If there's a lot of weather, obviously really bad, you might have to delay your takeoff. Otherwise, you might be able to get a rerouting from ATC.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar behind departing company A300, that's up runway 27 and wait behind.
Behind the departing company A300, line of weight behind runway 27, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. So we'll just wait until he's rolling.
Von Seite über Foxtrot, willkommen in Bremen, stand 01 via Alpha November.
He's rolling, let's go. So
Can 01 via Alpha November, backup.
So we've already done our before takeoff checklist flow. So MCP is set. Transponder, TAR, strobe lights are on. We're just waiting for our takeoff clearance. Nearly there, boys and girls.
Line up and wait, runway 27 from Sandefjord 119er.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, just for information, there will be one intersection departure ahead of you.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, roger. How dare you? How cheeky! Hey, intersection departure ahead. How many euros did he slip in? Outrageous. Better not be Lama International Airlines, otherwise I'm having words. Damn you, Aerogal! Aerogal priority, outrageous. Maybe I should have done a cheeky little request. Well, you don't ask, do you?
Whiskey Alpha, you identified climb level 240.
Unbelievable. Absolutely Norski. Tick that on your bingo card.
Alpaca 28 Whiskey Alpha, you identified, climb level 240.
Right. All lined up.
Climb level 240, Alpaca 28 Whiskey Alpha.
Well, going to be another couple minutes. Deep Space, what was written in red in the displaced threshold? It says no entry except for the super transporter. So I guess the A300 uses that extra. Is the only aircraft approved to use that extra bit of runway for takeoff performance. There we are. Yeah. There's I've got no performance figures, only from the intersection and Echo ahead here, but yeah, I guess they have approval to go back. Guess the mystery. I remember you tried that before and got denied. I know. I didn't hear him ask. I wonder how he managed that one. Been 1 hour, geez. Yes, guys, excuse the delay, but if you want to go on the VATSIM network and do everything as realistically as possible, with the amount of traffic, this is what you can expect, especially if you get someone streaming like I do sometimes, but I enjoy it. I enjoy it. It's great to have a little bit of a chat here.
Taxi only 127, we remember Charlie Foxtrot, Alpaca 261 for
Flight Deck Sim Gaming, Mariana says, this will make you hurry up. I'm making chocolate mousse. Right, let's go. Locking off, full power. Amazing. Great news. John Padfield there, chocolate mousse.
Transavia 119, you identified, climb level 100. Flight level 100, Transavia 119.
It's Transavia, I think. Oh, he's on a different departure, he's going left. Right, so yeah, let's have a look at the weather then. So, yes, there is weather, but it looks like our departure routing is clear, left and right, albeit quite tight, and we can see visually there's nothing to there ominous looking, nothing grey, well, a bit of lightning, but I mean, that's just the sim doing that. But yeah, if there's any red or magenta, we'd definitely consider perhaps delaying the takeoff.
Bagger 1 Tango Oscar, wind 260 degrees, 9 knots, runway 27, cleared for takeoff.
Right, 27 cleared takeoff. Bagger 1 Tango Oscar. We're ready to go, guys. Landing lights are on, checklist complete. Tokes in chats. Let's go to Oslo Torp, Sandefjord. Right, parking brake released, 40%. Engine stabilised, push toga, set takeoff thrust. Look at 90.3. Light forward pressure to control column, there we are. Takeoff thrust sets, indications all. So in reality the rain would start streaming down the windscreen, it wouldn't be static like it is here. 80 knots checked, release forward pressure. Hand off the thrust lever.
Rotate.
Rotate. Up we go. Mr. Rain.
Positive brake.
Gears coming up. That sounds like hail. Gears coming up. And Jim, our first officer, will be turning our wipers off, but he's fallen asleep, so I'll do it. Right, ahead to the park. Verify all nav.
Going to 122 decimal 8 for Transavia 119, thank you for letting us go. Bye-bye.
Command A, and plug up.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, you identified, climb flight level 240.
Flight level 240, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. So 240 checked. No restrictions in the FMC. So above VT plus 15, accelerating, flap 1. Departure's nice and clear out of the weather, that's good. And flaps up. Sweet. This is the weather.
Alpaca 28 Whiskey Alpha, giving my airspace, monitor Unicom 122.8.
It's a little bit close to that weather. Now in reality, I'd request perhaps a runway heading to stay a little bit further north. In fact, you know what, for the sakes of realism, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar due weather request heading 330 degrees.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar is approved by heading 330.
Heading 330, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. So in reality I would have done that sooner, but just for a bit of realism, let's stay out of that yellow area. Could be associated with CB. There we are. Flaps up and no lights. VNAV set standards. Passing 5-2, flight level 240. We'll just stay on this heading for a short while. I have to take off, check this. So, engine anti-ice will stay on with the start switches and continues. Gears off, water brakes off. Air conditioning and pressurization 2.5. That's set. Altimeter standard set, passing 5-9, flight level 240 after takeoff checks complete. With weather like this, we need the cabin crew in for a little bit longer as well. Only a bit of light turbulence. But yeah, we're just flying just on the edge of this cumulus cloud here. Very realistic. It's great. Hear the rain. That's realistic as well. When you're flying through rain, you'd hear it on the windscreen like this. Now, back at 1 Tango Oscar, clear of weather, thank you.
Back at 1 Tango Oscar, proceed direct to Soren.
Direct to Soren now, back at 1 Tango Oscar. That's exactly how it would be done in real life. Once you clear weather, they'll just tell you to carry on to your next en route waypoint. Alright, LNAV engaged. Right turn, where are we going? Come on, ZIBO. Why are we not turning right? Bug discovered. LNAV's engaged. We're not following the magenta line. Let's just do it again. Execute. There we are. That's a little bug. Awesome.
Bremen radar, Ryanair 33 Papa, very good evening, 738.
Light turbulence around, you can see the aircraft being rocked around quite a bit. Expect that with this sort of
Ryanair 33 Papa, Bremen, good evening.
swirl around.
Correct.
Thanks, Simon. Turn for your message.
Descent level 110.
Now, altimeter's 101.
Direct, keep map, descend level 110.
Passing 104, flight level 240. Let's do the pre-cruise check. So, fuel will have 4 pumps, just shy of 6 tons on board. Lights can come off now. APU off, pressurization 3.8 and set. We need to pass cabin crew now, lead passengers in for today's flights. Our recall checks complete. Still in icy conditions, bit of rain, even though there's no cloud directly above us. But so be it. We'll just wait until we're above this before we get rid of the engine anti-ice. Awesome. So ETA, remember we've got to take 4 hours on top of this, so we should be landing at 6:47 UK time, so an hour from now we'll be landing. There we go. Engine switches to our fill brown, not when we've got engine anti-ice on. We want to leave the start switches in continuous. Same to you, Simply Bomb.
Backer 1 Tango Oscar, Lima, yes, base, Unicom 122.8, bye-bye.
Unicom 122.8, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, thanks a lot for the great ETC, and good night. He was brilliant. He did an amazing job, that guy. There we are, a little bit quiet for now though, and the event in Oslo Torp starts, or has started already. Yeah, we'll keep the engine anti-ice on until we're out of icing conditions, which will either be out of the cloud or when the static air temperature is below -40 on page 2 of the flight computer. Awesome. This one says rest of the world ATC, Germany, great TC. I am coming back, yes. Awesome. Yeah, first time going to Sandefjord Torp, Oslo's second airport. Only got a single runway there as well, and about 10 stands. Oh dear. Let's have a look at the VATSIM map, see how busy it is. Oh my! Look at the conga line. I mean, there's aircraft that left Bremen, and they're already on the approach. Jeebus! I got really in the mix there. We've only got a short while on Unicom as well. we'll be soon entering Danish airspace. Looks like there's a lot of traffic going inbound as well. Could get interesting in Bremen later. Whoa. Total turnaround time 6 hours. Polish mate, just curious, when you're flying at night, how do you know you're flying through clouds? You often don't, especially if it's not a full moon. But you can tell. Oh, sorry, you can tell when you are in the clouds because you've got you'll see the effects of the strobe lights will be flashing off them as well. But what I mean is when you're flying into, say, an area of overcast clouds, and if there's no moon, it can be very dark, if you're especially over the sea. And obviously the weather radar will depict any areas or levels of moisture, so we use that to assist in weather avoidance, which is what the radar's all about there. But yeah, you can tell when you're around to enter clouds. Tom Coker, do you have a mod for the PFD? No, this is the stock ZIBO mod. It's still raining here. That's why I only turn these effects on for this stream. I often have them off because they're just not that realistic. I mean, there you go. That's more that's more like what I'd expect to see. And based off that, I'll turn engine empty ice off. John, I must say I'm enjoying the ZIBO more since I assigned trim controls to my joystick. Didn't need it for the Airbus. Yes, you won't go very far in the 737 without having trim assigned. You'll definitely need it. It's a proper stick and rudder airplane. You've got to trim it out like you would assess the 150. Obviously the Airbus, yes, is basically permanently in control wheel steering. Big difference. Guys, don't forget as well, we're going to do a little giveaway after landing in Bremen. We'll be doing a little Flight Sim mug. It's been a while since we've done a merge giveaway, and we always do a giveaway on a Sunday, a merge giveaway. So make sure when you tune in later to come in whilst we're on approach there. We might have to hold for a while going into Bremen with the amount of traffic expected, but yes, we'll do a little giveaway as well for that. And then yeah, I reckon I might do an ETS2 stream on Flight Sim Gaming maybe Tuesday. I would say Sunday today, so yeah, I'll probably do a stream on Wednesday on this channel. I might take a Beluga for a spin again. Try to do a stream on this channel every 3 days. And another tutorial I want to make as well is... oh my god, what was it? I can't remember. Oh yeah, I might do a tutorial on the kind of recency flights I've been doing. I think that would be quite cool. Alright, there's no ATC guys, so I'm going to go straight up to my cruise level. That's a bug as well. Look, just to show you, if you're in outer choir and you set a higher altitude, it should go to vertical speed. So I'm just going to do a little test here, guys. Excuse me, this is a ZIBO mod test. There's no ATC at the moment. So what I'm going to do is just set 260 here, go VNAV, and when it goes to outer choir, I just want to set an MCP altitude. And what it should do, it should revert to vertical speed. It just went straight to out hold there, I think. Lee Jules, when you run behind live time, do you just try to match it with X-Plane time menu manually, or do you have a mod that sets it via live time offset? Lee Jules, I'm very meticulous when it comes to this. I literally have my iPhone, which is obviously set to a very accurate clock, and when it's, say, 10 minutes before the stream, as soon as the clock turns, I quickly go into the menu, set time and press go live, so it's literally to the second. That's how precise I like to be. Now, it's about 10 seconds latency with this stream, so when I talk, it's about 10 seconds on average until you hear it. So you'll probably notice that the time clicks over 10 seconds after you're seeing it, but yeah, I'm very meticulous there. Right, oh look, there is a bug. It doesn't even go out of choir, so I need to let ZIBO know. It should go to out choir. And look, it goes out hold too early. Let me just try level change.
1,000 to go.
So as soon as it goes out to choir, I'll change the MCP altitude. So MCP speed out to choir, and it should only go out hold. So now it's going out to choir. Now that's working. Yeah, but what? No, it shouldn't go VS. Now it's stuck in vertical speed. It hasn't even leveled off. Now that is definitely something wrong. Shit, it always respects the MCP altitude. Let's just try vertical speed.
Thousand to go.
So out acquire. Let me just try and change the MCP altitude. Vertical speed.
1,000 to go.
Out acquire. Okay. She's working in some modes, not others. Interesting. Right, I'll make a note of it anyway. Ollie-Blocks Gamer, do you forget what you're doing sometimes? Thankfully not. When flying this, it's pretty, you know, you're taught the type rating, and you have, you know, 50 plus sectors line training, and you're pretty proficient at the day-to-day operation. Yeah, when you're flying around on an aircraft like this, by the time you become a captain, you'll have been exposed to pretty much most situations. Maybe not a mayday or a problem, but you would have done a few go-arounds, a few diversions. Sometimes, not always, but in that experience you would have seen most things there, and that means when they happen they can apply it. But no day is the same. Some days are perfect, some days are far from it, so you just adapt and use your training there. Funny question. And Tom Gibby just got the 80th Information Hotel in Sandefjord. Okay, very cool. Ionet Visan says hello from Romania. Good day to you. I don't think we streamed to Romania yet. I think our next new country will probably be Lithuania. A lot of people have asked me to go to Lithuania. Alpha223 has ZIBO simulated icing. Yes, it does. Uh-oh, Joshua Setford said, do a loop, not another one. Said Jeff in response. Yes, no loops today. Ollie-Blocks Gamer, have you ever had a bird strike? Yes. How bad was it? Not too bad. But I have had one that's caused damage. Thankfully on the last flight of the day, landing at home base. Just a little dent. But they do happen. Birds can be quite dangerous. Yeah, I mean, we all know about the Hudson, the American Airways Airbus flight with Sully. Large birds like that can do damage. That was incredibly rare though, to have a flock of, what was it, geese, Canadian geese or something? Huge birds basically. Most birds will go straight through the engine. Anything smaller than a pigeon will just go straight through. But if they hit the aircraft sort of head on a leading edge, they'll dent it. You know, the aircraft's made of aluminium, so. Bjorn said, was it bad for the bird? Yes. Dieter Goetz says hello. Jean-Francois Boninu said, what is the airport for the arrival? I think he's trying to say. We're going to Oslo. Oslo Torp. Although I understand Norwegians don't like it being referred to as Oslo Torp, even though a lot of airlines call it Oslo Torp, even though it's very far away from Oslo. Sandefjord Torp. Sandefjord Torp. South west of Oslo. Actually, flight level 340. We should get some ATC from Denmark anytime soon, approaching their area of responsibility. And that's the rest of our routing, just basically right over the top of Denmark. And then we'll be flying over the sea just south of Oslo, into Oslo. Nice short flight today. Oh yeah, sorry, 350 for the cruise. Just to write on this as well. What I might do is just try and save us a few minutes. Just going to crank the speed up here.
1,000 to go.
7. We'll go decimal 80. There she is. Kieran, yeah, just like London Southend, and also when I did my flight training, Oxford, Kidlington, London, Oxford, Kidlington Airport. Stephen Hopkins, what clouds are using? These are the active sky clouds, active sky cloud textures. It dents the bird worse, says Gordon Smith. Andrea is, what ZIBO version is this, Captain? We're on 34614. I mentioned at the start, ZIBO actually gave me 347. The first version of 347 with the new ability to save flights. You can save different phases, and it should save everything, which will be really cool when that's implemented, so you can practice approaches. And then some further bug fixing. But as I hadn't got time to test it, I just said, look, I'll just fly the last stable public version, which is 34614. Welcome to London, Manchester. And that is Danish control asking me to contact him. 2137.
118805, 36 English, bye-bye.
118875.
Correction 875, 6 Mike Whiskey, bye-bye.
Radar, very good evening, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, maintain flight level 350 inbound to Alpha Lima Sierra.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, Copenhagen, how do I identify?
Perfect. No, I'm in Copenhagen now. Gordon Smith 82 doing a great job of spacing departures for Torp, looking at the VATSIM map, that's cool. Yeah, they'll increase the distance between aircraft on final to allow for departures. Now what could be interesting, guys, is when we get there, it's not a large airport, there's quite limited stand numbers, so well, it looks okay at the moment, but I guess people want to be spawning onto stand, so yeah, it could get very busy there. I will of course try and get online. Try and stay on stand, because the plan is ZIBO's so good with multiple sectors. I won't be shutting the sim down. We'll be just I'll just be switching on live time, so it'll be a night flight back. But yeah, should be good. Afi223, how do you have your view turning around the aircraft like that? The arrow key on X-Men level. Just hold it down. You can use control or hold down there to go faster. Hold down shift. There you go. Control is slow. Joe Drazier, a potential diversion. I think we'll get into Oslo, Sandefjord, and for the way back into Bremen, I'm actually going to put an hour's fuel on. For two reasons. One will be 30 minutes because of the event, but another reason is the thunderstorms. Potential thunderstorms with quite strong wind shear forecast, so I'm going to stick an hour's worth of gas on. Hi. Yes. Yeah, it's Oslo, Sandefjord Torp.
Yes, and London, Paris, and Amsterdam.
Listen,
yes.
You look online, we're just discussing here in chat about how airports like London, Oxford, but Sandefjord is called Oslo, Torp, Sandefjord on all the websites. I know we have some actual Norwegians who would debate that fact. But yeah, Sandefjord, Torp, there we go. Joshua 7, have you ever had an actual hard landing before? Several. Several, of course. I've probably landed 77. How many sectors I'd flown? It was well over, I can't remember, it's over 2,000 sectors. I honestly, and I'm not, most of them are butter. I mean, generally they are nice and smooth in the touchdown zone, but sometimes they are quite fun. And especially when it's very windy, it's quite tough. Generally they're good. I like to think they are anyway. My colleagues might say otherwise.
Alpaca 28 Whiskey Alpha, permission to leave flight deck for 5 minutes. I approve, then we're back. Cheers, thank you.
Scandinavian
RS Turbo 50, have you ever had any occasions in which either you or your fellow crew members spilled any hot drinks over your flight controls or aircraft systems? Thankfully not RS Turbo. We discussed it before. In the flight deck, we can obviously have a hot drink. That's no problem at all. But we have to have, we can't have like a mug, you know, where you couldn't have this, for example. You have to have a lid on it, basically. And when the cabin crew give us a hot drink, you know, they have to have the lid attached. We can't take the lid off in the flight deck. You don't want to be the person explaining why you're AOG because you've spilt your hot drink or your drink on the pedestal and it's all short-circuiting. So, yes. Thankfully I haven't, and I will continue to be very careful with doing that. And listen to me, airport names and official airport names in Germany, two different things. I've actually never heard of the Munich airport as Franz Josef Straub. Yes, all their own names. Torp is not called Oslo Torp by anyone in Norway. I didn't think it was. I've been told several times before this stream by a few of our Norwegian members on the channel. Hawaii 355, I mean, Boeing recommend positive landings anyway. If anything, you're following guidance. Absolutely.
50, 40, 30, 20,
oh,
10.
Here goes that for lots of £5. I can't wait to hear this.
I will settle this is Irvin Oslo or not argument 1 CE and for all. Now where did I put my flight deck to Sim Atlas?
Thanks to £5, not sure if that was very kind. I will settle this in Irvin Oslo. Not argument once and for all. Like Scotland once. Dear me. Referencing my sometimes lack of geographical knowledge where we're flying. Thanks a lot, buddy. Okay, appreciate it. Nicholas Fact, you're right. Torp, and is it pronounced? How is my pronunciation? Is it Sandefjord? Sandefjord. How does that sound? My flight deck to Sim Atlas. Unbelievable. Domino Musina, Alpaca 782 made it to Torp, not Oslo.
Alpaca 40 Delta Alpha, squawk 6242, 6242.
My apologies, I'll get it right one of these days. 40 Delta Alpha.
Jules, what would you do if you shorted the entire radio pedestal and you had no radio? Well, there's basically, Jules, any faults with the radio system, there is a degraded facilities where VHF1 still works. If you lost all radio communications, yes, we would squawk 7600, maintain our present clearance for 7 minutes, and then continue on the flight plan route. Some countries have different rules and regulations with regards to that, and we actually have access to all that information in our flight manuals. Different countries have different rules, different airports also have different requirements as well. But we continue the flight. It's something we had to do during the command upgrade. It wasn't an entire flight, we just talk about what we do with total loss of comms. Incredibly rare. Incredibly rare.
71, descent flight level 200.
Sandfjord, not Sandefjord. Sandefjord. Oh dear. Some people say he's good captain. It sounds about right. Mute the D. Thanks, guys. Sandfjord.
1742, report Mach number.
2 tons of love. Let's increase your workload today. 2 sectors on VATSIM, debug ZIBO mod, geography lesson, and now learning Norwegian on Rosetta Stone. There are other linguistical system websites available. Oh dear. How long we got till top percent, ladies and gentlemen? We're ticking on quite nicely here. 143 miles, short flight. Should start thinking about setting up for the approach to Sandefjord Torp. I'm just not going to end here. Right.
Alpaca 28 Whiskey Alpha is back in the flight deck, thank you.
Fuel. Let's just do a quick fuel check. So we took an extra 1200 kilos right over the top of Ridsea.
Danish 731 conversion speed 260 knots. Proceed Arthur.
Ridsea, so we should have 3.6 tons of fuel on board. We have 4.6, so that makes sense. we took an extra 1,200 kilos, but we have an extra ton on board. So let's imagine Jim was asleep there. What was the reason? Why is there a reason for the fuel burn being 200 kilos off? You know, this even was pretty accurate, isn't it? We've got 4.5. We should have 3.6, but we took 1,200 kilos extra, didn't it? So we would expect to have 4.8. Why have we got 4.5 and not 4.8? And honestly, this can sometimes catch you out with fuel planning, especially on very long flight. I'd have forgotten where the extra fuel burn is. We always have to find the reason. Same again if we check the fuel used. You can see 2.3 tons used. We should have used 1,900 kilos. Why have we burnt 300 odd extra kilos of fuel? What's the reason? And this is why fuel checks are so important. It's quite obvious, you'll remember, especially if you're watching the stream from the start. Correct, Quindictive, straight away in there. Long wait for taxi takeoff, taxi time. Precisely, that's where the fuel's gone. And that is credit to both the ZIBO MOD Sim Brief. The Lido flight plans, which I use here in real life, are incredibly accurate. And I don't know how SimBrief do it. They have access to the same database that, well, certainly my operator does. I have mentioned this before, but I've actually taken a real-world operational flight plan from my operator. I've generated one in SimBrief, not using fuel bias or anything like that, and the fuel burn difference, the block fuel, was within 50 kilos. So when you generate your flight plan in SimBrief, you are getting the creme de la creme. You're getting a flight plan which is identical to real world flight plans. The ZIBO mod, when I do my fuel checks, it's spot on, and then we can find out why we burned the extra fuel yesterday in taxi. So there you go. That's exactly why.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Thanks a lot, John Padfield, one of my members for the £5.
New alpaca sock. From now on, all airports must be pronounced using their ICAO code only.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now flying inbound to ENTO. Okay, ENTO. And we've just flown from EDDW. Unbelievable. Thank you very much, John Padfield, for your donation. Not sure if that's going to catch on, but I'll be thinking of you whenever I say ENTO. But sometimes we do actually say certain airports, like for example Barcelona, we always remember is Lebel. There's loads like that. So very cool. Thanks, buddy. Right, let's now start setting up for this. Brilliant. Thanks, John. Do you use active skies as BX7IS? Yes, it is absolute must for X-Plane 11. Today we're going to be flying ESOS, or ESOS. That helps if I actually look here. I wasn't looking at this. I was looking at my little sheet in front of me, and I put ISOSI, but right next to the 2 Sierra, so I couldn't read it. So I was trying to say ISOSIS, but it's an ISOSI 2 Sierra. That's why we should look what's on the chart here, and then we can expect ILS 18.
Radar Glaze, this is Radar Glaze Bravo Foxtrot.
We'll select the airport charts and the parking stands.
Radar Bravo Foxtrot, opening hello,
Superb.
Mach decimal 77 for you. Mach decimal 77
Hand over control to Jim, we'll start setting up for the approach. .250 below 100, forecast winds 310, 200 and 100.
Spanner
317.
0417.
200 is 274.13. Nowhere near as windy as it is in Bremen. 100, 276.10. Lovely. That's executed. ATIS, we could be able to grab. I'll get out text, guys. So ENTO ATIS. So Torp ATIS information. India. Runway 18 ILS approach. Transition levels 90. Winds 1303. Lovely. It's 8,000 meters. Overcast at 300. Interesting. Really low cloud base there. I wasn't expecting that. Overcast at 300. So in reality, we'd be flying something called a monitored approach at my airline. I'm going to demonstrate today what a monitored approach is, guys. It'll be actually a really cool cool thing. It's not much different basically, but it's flown by the first officer, and then the captain's looking out the window, approaching minimums for the sub-element of the approach light system, the requirements, whatever approach you're flying, and he then hands over control when he's visual. And for precision approach and ILS, when the cloud base is within 100 feet of minimums, we fly this modest approach here, or if the RVR is less than 1,000 meters. So yeah, it's really low visibility. Temperature 3, QNH 993, got tempo veers of 4,000 meters, light drizzle, rain, mist. Interesting. Yeah, very low cloud base then. We should get enough the ILS, unless, you know how Active Sky can be a bit funny sometimes with generating weather. QNH 993. Bit of fun.
Oscar November Juliet identified climb flight level 210, cleared Copenhagen via Toronto, direct runway.
Should be able to put a slash. I don't know why that's not working. Runway 18, so it's IMC /10 /5. We're at 35,000 feet, so it's going to be /105. Roughly where top of descent is. So you can see look, the fixed ring is a little beyond it, because that's, remember, we're going to be doing a 180 degree turn. That's why the top of descent is a little bit off the fixed ring, but that's why it is. It's just roughly, you know, roughly where top of descent is. So that's all in. Let's now have a look at the arrival. Oh, I know why it's not letting me zoom in. For some reason, I'd assigned my iPad view there. So coming in from Isosi, there it is, Isosi. Go to the plan page. There you go, so that's what we look. We talked about lost comms. Here's the specific procedure for lost comms into ENTO. Proceed to unstar and start approach runway 18. There you are. They'll see that you've lost comms, because you'll either be squawking 7600. Now, if you've lost the transponder and the radio, you've had a very bad day. So yeah, they'll get everyone out of your way essentially. So routing for us is Sosi to Nenix at above 5,000, checks the FMC. Then we're going to Lulop at above 4,000. That's not for us though, that's the other arrivals, so there's no restriction. Olrag, no restriction. Tango Oscar 417, and then we're going to Unvid. Unvid's the clearance 11 points. This is at about 3,000 feet, perfect. So RNAV arrival, it'll say RNAV 1 required or something like that. Yeah, RNAV 1, GNSS required, surveillance should be available. Loss of RNAV capability, just request vectors. Send us by ATC. Onto the ILS 18, we'll definitely need to fly this today, guys. Yeah, overcast is 300, this will take us to 200 feet. So set the frequency course as a minimum, so 108.3.
Little separation. Okay. Copenhagen Control.
108.3, Torp, ground stand by 1385.
80, direct Alpha Alpha Lima. If possible, request 385 up to flight level 380. Hello to you, identify climb flight.
Course is 177.
Direct Alpha Lima Sierra. Climb flight level 380 and proceed direct Alpha Lima Sierra. Up down sir, 333. Lufthansa 324 kilo, proceed direct Sabak.
177, there we are.
Minimum
is 481.
Can we step away for 5 minutes? No. Okay, thanks. Alpaca 291, proceed direct Arthur.
481. There we are, so, expecting that transition then, all vectors, if we get the transition, it's going to be via Unvid to Aslak. Unvid Aslak, that checks. The speed restriction there is max 220, that's coded in the FMS, and then we're going to go to the centre fix for runway 18. That's the CI-18 point, and that's the point where we expect it at the ILS 1. Actually, it's a Robu just after that. So Robu 3000. So at CI-18, I'm just going to put at above 3,000 feet. That gives VNAV a bit more of a CDA to work with.
When ready, descend for level 2 and
Instead the ILS at Robu 3000 feet, 3 degree glide path checks in the FMS as well. Down to the minimums 481 set. And then the minimums we've set, yeah, Pappy's going to be on the left hand side, so we have to go around. Toga, call go around flat 15, say go around for us, pause the radar climb, go up 400 feet, LNAV, climb straight ahead to 3,000 feet, which is here, 3,000 feet, until 14.3 miles, right turn back to VOR, and continue climb 5,000 feet, so the stop actions initially will set 3,000. Further ATC, thank you.
Hi CPT. Do you have any FMS tutorials? I'm a recent convert from the A320NX to the ZIBO mod.
Oh, Shaky69, thank you very much for your donation. That's very, very kind. Thanks a lot. I do have an FMS tutorial. It's a very old tutorial, and it's actually best placed for the PMDG, which still has a few little additional features as true to the real aircraft, but the ZIBO mod is catching up here. I'll get you the link for that now. It's called FMS Tips and Tricks. It's one of my first ever tutorials. I think it's over 4 years old now. That's when I started the channel. Incredibly, that video has over 100,000 views now. There you are. I'll now post the link in chat. Thank you very much for your donation. That covers a lot of nice tips and tricks. I also have an FMC setup tutorial. If you go to my channel and go to the 737 normal playlist, you'll find all the FMS tutorials there. Yes, they're a bit outdated. Excuse my kind of... you know, that was when I just started recording tutorials for the first time, so the editing's pretty poor. The recording was very loud, so it's a bit more difficult to hear, but I took on board everything you said. You might notice a difference in the new ones. But yeah, I hope you find that interesting. Love a comment. Guys, if you go over to that video, leave a comment. I'm very responsive to comments at the moment on videos. It was sensible. So yeah, thank you very much for your donation. Shaky69, very kind. Sweet, so that's the approach brief. We briefed the missed approach as well. There's high terrain to the northwest, 3,900, so we'll keep to the south, over the sea if we have any problems. Do not mistake the Jarlsberg 8 nautical... 8
when ready to send flight level 250.
When ready to send flight level 250, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. So when ready, that's still going to be another 40 miles, perfect. Do not mistake Jarlsberg 8 nautical mile. Robot holdings like probably a different approach then, so be careful of that. Cool, so that's that. Now, you might have heard me talking about monitored approaches here, okay? Now, when we fly monitored approaches, I'm getting it up in front of me here, we have a checklist we have to follow. And it just, we have to brief it every time we fly an auto land or every time we expect to fly a monitored approach, and it just discusses, it's like a little well, it's not a little self-brief, it's a little briefing between the crew of reminding you of the requirements of a monitored approach brief. Now, what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to read it for you. This is exactly what I'd be doing, or the first officer would be doing. Remember, the first officer flies a monitored approach, and we fly it when the visibility is below a certain criteria, depending if it's a precision or non-precision approach. So let me just grab that here. There we are. So obviously I can't show you this checklist, guys, because it's you know, it's my operators there, but I'm happy to read it. So the monitored approach checklist, basically, it reminds you that the first officer flies the approach, the captain is pilot monitoring until minimums. If at minimums you're not visual, the first officer will be flown, go around to the captain will land if visual. Use the automation. You have to be qualified to fly a monitored approach, so we have to do one at least every 6 months, if not we'll do it in the sim check. And for non-precision approaches, which isn't the case today, you'd have to fly a monitored approach if the vis was less than 3,000 metres or if the cloud base was less than 1,000 feet. In our case, for a Cat 1 approach, if the RVR is reported as 1,000 metres or less, or if the reported ceiling is 300 feet or less, it's overcast at 300 feet, so yes, we need to fly a monitored approach for the ILS here. And that's it. We then have to brief the approach, which we've done for the ILS there, and that's essentially it. All it means is the first officer flies it, so I'd hand over control to Jim. He'd fly all the way to minimums, or if I saw the runway sooner, I'd also call the approach lights, and I could take control as well. Unlike an auto land, where auto lands, Cat 3 again is flown by the first officer, but we only take control in that case at minimums, as opposed to monitored approach, you can take control sooner. So that's it, essentially. Now, I'm going to probably stick to the left-hand seat for the stream, just because it's easier, but in reality it'd be flown by the FO, and then at minimums, or when you visual, sorry, take control. And that, the whole well, I'll ask you guys in chat, let's make it interactive. Why do we think we have modest approaches? What's the whole idea? Why do we get the first officer to fly the approach and the captain to be part of monitoring? Let's have a look. What do you think is the benefit of doing a modest approach? Jules, can you fly a modest approach in higher visibility conditions too for training? Absolutely. There's also other situations where we can fly modest approaches, not just visibility. Hazard to use Jebs and charts in real life for breath at one country is a few hundred quid. We use a different company about it, but you should definitely look at Navigraph because they have all the correct Jebs and charts, and it's a very good price. The Jules, you've got it. To look at the instruments, Captain, look outside, you've got it. So we want the first officer monitor instrumentation, call anything that's unusual, and we want the skipper looking outside, looking for the approach lights. That's precisely it. Now, someone asked a great question, is there any other situation where you'd also fly a monitored approach? Yes. Challenging airports which are captain's only landings, for example, they can actually be flown as monitored approaches, so the FO can fly it, but then the captain would take control at an applicable time. Examples we have Lanzarote runway 21, Corfu at night is a monitored approach, so the idea is the company actually wants you to fly them as monitored approaches, but the captain has to land, so that's it. Mitch also said the captain can have a drink. That's it, so yeah, that's it.
I
don't think we've ever discussed that before.
Thank you.
On the stream.
Control 118.875. Contact 118.875. Alpha Control Whiskey Alpha.
Very good.
Alpha 1 Tango Oscar, when ready, descent flight level 210.
When ready to set flight level 210, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, and planning to leave flight level 350 in 20 miles.
Thank you.
210 checked. So yeah, that's the whole idea. We want the captain looking at, and depending on what the approach is you know, at minimums we need to see certain things. So for a Cat 1 approach or a non-precision approach, what you need to be looking for as captain is at minimums you need to have an element of the approach sliding system, the actual runway. All the actual runway needs to be seen, the pappies, anything on the side there, any visual references, basically, to be able to continue the approach. When it comes to Cat 2 and Cat 3, it's a little bit different. Because the visibility is so low, you might not even see the runway. For Cat 3, for example, you need to have at least 3 consecutive lights for the approach lights to be able to continue, but in reality it's actually really difficult to do. You imagine how close you are to the runway, so it's a very instant decision. You can go around at any point, but if you go around below 30 feet, you're probably going to touch down if you execute the ground. Not a problem, you just continue the missed approach and go from there. Yeah, so that's the main reason, it's looking for these approach lights as well. And for the auto land, pretty much last 500 feet, the captain's only looking outside, and the FO's flying here, and the FO will bring to his attention anything that's unusual, so localizer deviations, rad out failures, things that would stop you completing the auto land, autopilot disconnecting. And when we're taught in the type rating, we're always taught at the worst case, so we always have problems right at minimum. So yeah, what they like to do, for example, is fail the autopilot at minimums at 50 feet. It's like, oh, so you have to quickly, immediately go around. Hazard, is it a go around or a touch and go? I mean, a touch and go is a go around when it comes to these sort of aircraft as well. Technically, a go around below 50 feet is also called a rejected landing. You might touch down, and you'd actually log it as a touch and go in the tech log. Yeah, that's how it works. Anyway, there's top of descent. We should get retard arm, so it's another little bug as well. But, oh, I know why. It's because we've got the speed window.
Go ahead.
Anyway, top of descent's in check, ladies and gentlemen. Down we go. We haven't been given a speed to maintain, but we haven't done the landing performance yet. So landing runway is 2,809 metres. Really want to vacate here, guys. It's either Whiskey 3 or Whiskey 2. If you go beyond that, you can have all the way around here. So we'll aim for Whiskey 2. That's around just over half the runway length there. Land distance beyond the threshold. Lights in worst case 2,000. We use threshold 2,500. Let's go around it. It's going to be around 1,900, 2,000 metres. So let's do the landing performance. We'll call it wet. I'm going to use 0 for the wind, even though there's a little bit of a headwind component. Temperature was 3 degrees.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, contact Polaris Control, frequency 118.875.
118.875, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. Bye.
Bye.
So if I contact him, let's just do the performance. Landing weight.
Banner 1315.
400 kilos to burn. That's going to be 59.5.
Clear the Ulmukia to Sierra arrival. Almost to Sierra arrival.
Surge anti-ice will be on. That'll do. Flap 30 order brake. Oh, no, it was flap 40 probably, wasn't it? Always defaults to there we are. Flap 30 order brake 3 is 2000. I think that will work for us. We'll use second detent reverse as well. You'll see on a wet runway it will make a little bit of a difference. It's already up there for both. Yeah, that makes about sense. 2,000 metres, that should be enough to vacate at least by Whiskey 2. I'll aim for Whiskey 3, probably brake manually, but that's going to probably be a bit short, but that's set. I'll flap 30 order brake 3, and I'll use second detent reverse, just checking ATC. QH wasn't set for performance, it won't make much difference, but yeah, you still need to do it. Radar, good day, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, sending flight level 210 inbound to Artor.
Alpaca 28 Whiskey Alpha, stop descent flight level 200.
Was that for me?
Alpaca 28 Whiskey Alpha, stop descent flight level 200. Alpaca 28 Whiskey Alpha, stop descent flight level 200.
Yeah, well, yeah, QNH guys,
Alpaca 291 descent flight level 170. Descent flight level 170.
Negligible difference, so 2014 metres, but well spotted. Ah, landing performance is done. Taxi. Very short taxi, guys. Strands Whiskey. And then on stands, there's only 15 stands available. So, go there.
Austrian and
checks complete. 25 degrees. And then obviously Jim would be flying this approach.
Austrian 530 kilo, request frequency change to 121.375.
That is approved. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Bye-bye.
Cool.
Alpaca 28 Whiskey Alpha, hold
So yeah, it's going to be a really interesting approach, guys. We're only going to see the runway last minute.
Hold us
Got enough fuel for a couple of approaches, and otherwise we'll have to divert to Oslo, Gardermoen, which I don't actually have the scenery installed for. Damn it. But I do have to pay your airport.
Alpaca 28 Whiskey Alpha.
Scandinavian 1103, right turn.
Hugo, I noticed last time I think the ZIBO MOD the Glidestone Diamond didn't show on the PFD on approach. Hopefully that was just a glitch from my copy. But yeah, that was a reported issue, Hugo, with every user on 346. 12 or 13, it's been fixed. ZIBO has assured me. He said he thinks. Simply put, we're doing an auto land. Can't. It's Cat 1 only here. So even if we wanted to, I don't think they have Cat 3 here. Or do they? No, Cat 1 only. So yeah, can't do an auto land. You can do a practice auto land if the weather's nice, but you can't in these conditions. Oh, what? They have Cat 2. They have Cat 2 here. Now how come... found it. What do you want to do? Monitor approach Cat 1? Or Cat 2? Cat 2 will get us in. For the auto land. Let me know in chat. Are we going to have to poll it? In reality, I'm probably more inclined to do a Cat 2. But they don't have LVPs in force. They need to have LVPs in force in Sandefjord. Simony Bob, would you have to divert in real life then? No, absolutely not. Unless there was an approach ban. Approach ban is when the RVR is below what's required. So yeah, it's nowhere near that. Cat 1 for fun, Cat 2, Cat 2, Cat 2. Cat 2's an auto land, remember guys. No fun. Don't get to see me land. Ooh, definitely the auto land. In what is Cat 2? Cat 2 is like same sort of similar to Cat 3, just has slightly higher minima. Oh, it's close. I'm getting the gist for Cat 2. Approaching one to go. The ZIBO mod is very good at conducting auto lads. No auto lad. Cat 1 butter. Oh, it's close. Right, it's a poll, guys. It's going to be a vote. Let me just get a straw poll. The poll will end at 10,000 feet. Okay. Oh, trying to fly an aircraft and making a poll. Unbelievable. Create a poll. To land or to auto land? And the answer is just Cat 1 or Cat 2. Cat 1 is a hand-flown approach. I'll have to land and butter myself. Cat 2 is an auto land. It'll be flown to an auto land. Create poll. Right, I've created the poll. Here it comes.
Tango 1, Tango Oscar, confirm entering the hole.
are negative. We didn't get any advice. Where would you like me to hold SOC?
Okay, roger, no worries at all. Turn left heading 230 degrees.
Heading 230 degrees. Up at 1 Tango Oscar. I guess left. Guys, was I told to enter a hold? Great. I completely missed that. Oh well. That's because I was too busy trying to create a poll. Right, here comes the poll. There's no point saying it in chat now. 3, 2, 1. Right, there's the poll. Vote on the poll, alright? Be realistic. Well, Flight Sim Mega, being realistic, would depend if they had LVPs enforced. If they have no LVPs, I can't fly the Autoland because the runway might not have the protected area enforced, all the other requirements to ensure that as well. So obviously in a desktop simulator it makes no difference because there's no kind of like simulation of that, so you can fly whatever you want. But in reality, with the overcast at 300 feet, I'd be inclined to fly the GAT 2. I'd actually probably request it, especially if I didn't have the extra fuel. But yeah, it's democracy here at Flight Data Sim, so the poll is up. You guys can vote on it, and whatever we have selected by flight level 100, we will fly. Right now, looking at the results, ooh, it's Cat 1 is winning it, but only by about an additional 10 votes. 146 people have voted so far. So if you have forgotten it, guys, I will just post the link in again here in chat. There you are, Mirchar. Where do I vote? There's the link for straw poll. You can decide to fly Cat 1 or Cat 2 approach.
Flight low, Airline 453, flight level 36, settle to confirm. Airline 456, flight setup.
This is going to be a long stream. We're not even halfway through, it's already 2 hours. The ones have it, the ones have it.
Alpaca 291, left turn direct SOC, cleared SOC to Sierra arrival. Left turn direct SOC and cleared the Sierra arrival. Alpaca 291. Alpaca 291, correct, descent platform.
Crazy, it's going to be so busy today.
Send 160.
What would you choose flight to Sim, David Hughes says?
291, correct, contact.
Ideally the Cat 2, however, overcast at 300, it's still 100 feet above minimums, and obviously when in real life they're very accurate, those cloud readings. In the sim, not so much. So flying a Cat 1, in real life I'd be confident we get in without being overcast at 300. If it was overcast at 200, obviously not so confident, but yeah, I have flown plenty of approaches with cloud base 100 feet above minimums, and every time you've seen the lights by minimums, or what is required to be seen. Are we saying the vote is rigged?
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, turn left heading 160.
Left heading 160 degrees, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. Yeah, I'm very certain we weren't told to enter a hold.
Okay, you all guys, you're all stepping over each other, so bear that in mind. Alpaca 291 134.050. 134050, Alpaca 291.
So what's the fuel situation?
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, left heading 150.
Left 150 degrees, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. So always taking account how much fuel you got. So we've got 3,600 kilos to get to Gardermoen. We need 2.2. So have at least 30 minutes of holding around like this. We're okay at the moment. Just keep a close eye on it.
And Lufthansa 1742.
Ladman, how do you brief the RVR elements of the approach requirements? So you brief the chart. Here's the Cat 2, which you're keeping on standby, obviously, depending on what you decide to vote. You just confirm the RVR, which is 550 metres. Obviously increases slightly without HUD, so technically 750 metres for us. And that's it. If the RVR is less than this, there's so-called an approach ban enforced, which means you can fly the approach, but if the RVR is more than what's the minimum required, you have to go around by 1,000 feet, or the outer marker equivalent position. So it's 1,000 feet. Now, if you pass 1,000 feet, and then the RVR drops below the minimum required, so you can continue to minimum. So that's called the approach ban. But yeah, that's the cloud base isn't what's controlling. It's always the RVR. RVR is what's important. And you can see here as well, you have different RVR requirements based off the lights around. And then if further lights are out, we actually have a table we have reference to. For example, if none of the approach lights are out, we actually have a table to work out what the RVR is based off the minimums.
cancel hold.
So that's another thing to bear in mind as well, but it's very rare that you have all approach lights out, but this is, with all lights working, all the approach lights out, you have this
Whiskey Alpha, descend.
There's also further restrictions, for example, at night time, if runway edge lighting is out, you can't fly certain approaches as well, so you have to be able to look this up. This is
1 Tango Oscar, left turn, resume on navigation, direct SOC, enter left hand hold SOC, reduce to holding speed.
left turn to associate to hold and reduce holding speed, sound back at 1 Tango Oscar. Oh, this is going to be...
1 Tango Oscar, correct, the holding will be 5 to 10 minutes, descend flight level 180.
Descend flight level 180 is copied, sound back at 1 Tango Oscar. So, 180, good guys.
Okay, thank you, descend flight level 2.
Vertical speeds, 500 feet per minute, we're already at good holding speeds, route direct to associate. Oh, no, don't start doing that, ZIBO mods. Oh, not this bug again. This bug's come up before. It should come up straight away, and I don't know if I'll be able to go to SOC. Let me just put it as the second point. I'm just going to have to go heading select here, guys, just to get round to SOC. This bug's happened before. Look, you type it in, you can put any waypoint you want in one left, but it's just going Nenix. That is obviously not correct. So what I'm going to try and do is put the arrival back in.
Contact approach
Execute.
134050.
Oh, great, now even that's not giving me a SOC. This could be interesting. Let me just pry it in 2 left. This is a bug.
Have I got 860 Yankee descent flight level 210.
Oh no, that is so broken. It is so broken. Right, we're going to have to wing it. So, that is broken. That is completely incorrect. This is increasing my workload. I mean, this is broken. I might revert to
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, descend flight level 170.
descent flight level 170, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. I might have to revert to the previous version because this is broken. SOC. So I'm just putting SOC on the fixed page. And we're just going to do it manually. Using heading select. Yeah, so that's a bug. I've seen this bug before. That's resurfaced, which is a bit of a pain. Right, I better have a look at this hold. Is it a published hold? It's not a published hold. So what we're just going to do is 012 right hand turns. This is a published en route hold. Right hand standard turn. He's not giving me any direction, so I'm just going to go right over the top of a SOC, and then we'll make a right hand turn. That is so broken. SOC 2 Sierra, execute. That will bring it back to me. Yeah, if you reselect the arrival, it should put the full arrival in with a SOC. It's just giving me direct to Nenix. It's like it is beyond that point, so it just doesn't know what to do.
9 Alpha Kilo, descend flight level 240. Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, cancel hold, turn left heading 250.
Turn left heading 250, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. It's like
50,
ATC of safe.
40, 30,
It's like he knew.
20, 10.
Trust me, ZIBO will fix this very quickly. Associate to 1 left? Yeah, that is.
I bet there will be a ZIBO update once you finally land. Cheers.
Thanks a lot, Greg Hill, for the $5. Probably will completely have fixed it. Thank you very much, Greg Hill, for the $5. Very, very kind. Thankfully, ATC have come to my service, but no problems. If that happens to you, I would have just used heading select and just gone round, used distance or time, minute and a half at this altitude, and gone from there. I'm just going to route direct to... I've completely broken it now. We're going to hopefully get routing towards Nenix. I mean, there's magenta lines behind us. Yeah, something's happened, that's for sure. Right, 25 degrees. Rather, I got delayed vectored hold now from ATC. There we go. How exciting!
Continue left turn heading 360.
Left turn heading 360 degrees. Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. So great thing.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, correct. Descend flight level 160, speed 240.
Descend flight level 140 and speed 240 knots. Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar.
Flight level 160.
Descend flight level 160, speed 240 knots. Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. So yeah, just on sort of delay effects is that. We'll have a look at the map afterwards. It'll be squiggly lines everywhere.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, continue left turn, resume our navigation, direct to SOC, join SOC to Sierra arrival.
Direct to a Susi for the Susi to Sierra, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. Not a Susi, no! So what I'm going to do, guys, we'll just go with Susi on the fixed page. I'm just going to continue the heading round. I'm just going to increase it to 30 degrees, actually. Set a heading, and as soon as I'm over a Susi on the fixed page, I'm going to redirect to Nenix in the FMC again. And that's sort of exactly the same thing. Guess the mystery, exactly not that damn waypoint. Oh. But yeah, guys, don't be put off by the ZIBO mod with this. Bugs happen. This one's happened before, and I'm sure it'll get rectified as soon as possible. Oh yes, what's the vote? But guys, don't forget to vote. Cat 1 or Cat 2 approach. There's the poll. We'll decide at flight level 100 what to do. We're going to refresh that now.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, contact Paris
134.050. Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. Thanks to ATC, bye.
Bye. Alpaca 78. Alpaca 901 report heading to Polaris 11887.
Oh wow, definitely Cat 1. Cat 1 is
Alpaca 901
well ahead
heading
with
to Polaris
61% of the votes.
1875.
Taylor, what came late? What happened? Nothing. Great, everything's going perfectly. Just a few minor ZIBO mod issues.
Alpaca,
but everything's done legally correct. So we're checking. I'm just going to use heading select to get to a SOC, and then once we're there, and then we'll use our radar. Good evening, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, inbound to a SOC for the SOC 2 Sierra, and setting flight level 160, speed 240 knots.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, correction, flight is descent to flight level 100.
Sorry, confirm that's for the Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, from descent level 100.
Descent flight level 100, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. I think you were saying hello in Norwegian, and I didn't understand. Oh, what was the level got? 110. Oh no. Right, there's a SOC. NX, execute, LNAV's available, LNAV. There we are, so we complied with the restriction for the previous controller. Can you confirm the cleared flight level? We did our ATC, obviously. My oh my.
Alpaca 4 to Delta Alpha, speed 160 or greater to 4 miles.
Busy. I like these streams though.
160 or greater to 4 miles, Alpaca 4 to Delta Alpha.
Are you happy for us to turn on slow collide there?
50, 40,
Flight level 100, thanks
30,
guys.
20, 10.
Over the tower for
Excellent work, Jim. Thank you very much, Abby, for the $5.
I have a question about ZIBO mod. Maybe you or chat can help. Is there a button to unlock nose wheel steering? The nose wheel just doesn't turn for me.
Abby, you're most
50,
welcome to ask me those sort of questions,
20,
especially as a member on the
10.
channel. You always can DM me as a member, and I always try to be as responsive as possible there. Thank you as well, Maximilian, for the €2. Greetings from Belgium, he says. Thank you very much, and good evening to you. That's very kind. So yeah, Abby, the very common issue, I should think, depending on how you want to taxi, I use the twist function on my Thrustmaster joystick. So I have here hardware.
Log 45, variable
Visual access
120
on, I think. But Abby, just drop that message in the ZIBO mod Discord channel, and you'll have a flurry of people who assist you. And always feel free to DM me, but I'm pretty sure that's the setting I have. Everyone has different peripherals and different settings, but they'll get you sorted as soon as possible, buddy. Thank you very much for your donation. Very kind. Obviously, still on vertical speed descent. Yes, I know, 500 feet per minute, just until I capture the profile. It's the most efficient thing I can do. Tom Knudsen, hope you're doing well, buddy. Thanks a lot for your message on Facebook. Sorry I was late getting back to you as well. You know, I'm busy thinking about social media, and I hope you're doing well. And it's good fun to be flying to Norway, as you can imagine. Although our flight time is now just expired, what we'd expected it to be. It's meant to be 1 hour 5 minutes. We're still 15 minutes from landing.
Are you happy for us to start slowing down now?
1103 speed, 180.
180. Here comes the profile, so we can revert to VNAV, and we will fly 240 knots.
Alpaca 4 to Delta Alpha, tower is back now, 11865.
11865 will try again 14 to 11.
Alpaca 291 via Undvid, cleared ILS 18, speed 180
There we are. So that's aircraft all working correctly. It's updated to speed to 240 knots, which has been a slightly higher
30,
profile. Might need a speed break.
10.
291 affirm via Undvid, cleared ILS.
Thank you very much again, John, for the fiver.
I think all of my donations have been banter so far.
Not at all, John.
So just wanted to put a serious one in to thank you for all the amazing content.
Thank you very much, John Padfield. Oh, every donation is very appreciated. It doesn't even matter to banter. I love the banter. It's very kind, John. Thank you very much for your continued support as a member and for another donation. It's very, very kind. And I hope you enjoy your time as well. Thank you very much, buddy. Very kind.
And look for 5 right turn heading to T0.
There we are. Just a bit of speed break then, just as we're back on the VNAV profile, just get back to our assigned speed of 240 knots. Back on the arrival.
Look for 5 Lima, lite mer aggressiva här, heading to 60.
Guys, if you are enjoying the stream so far, don't forget to smash the thumbs up button as well. It's great to have, how many people are watching here? About 680. I hope you all enjoy the stream so far as we bumble our way around the skies of Norway. But I've done everything as realistically as possible with the conditions there. Good to find these little bugs with the ZIBO mod as well, and we adapt to them. But, thank you very much for this.
Start slowing down now, 160.
Oscar, how important the course knobs? For an ILS you want to be setting them because the automation will actually use that information to help work out the turn onto the localizer. And also if you're not flying using LNAV, if you're flying certain approaches like VOR or approaches, you want to have the courses to insert the radio. But that's very rare these days with the FMC. We fly pretty much all the precision approaches as well now. How's the poll going? Again, I'll post it one more time in chat, guys, because the poll ends when we descend past flight level 100. I believe we're going to carry on with the Cat 1 approach, modest approach. Yeah, it's definitely looking like Cat 1, but if we go around, we'll fly the Cat 2, if we're not visual at minimums. And in reality, I think, let me just get an update on the weather here.
Approach hello, Spire 1315 differential Lima.
It's still overcast at 300 feet, guys, so I expect to get in, and in real life, if it's overcast at 200, you still might get in as well, because where the minimums, the visibility is. But the visibility is good, it's still 8,000 metres, so it's well above the minimum required, which is 550, so you're likely to be visual with the slide range.
Perfect.
Cat 1, democracy works.
Alpha Alpha 2 Whiskey Alpha, turn left heading 270.
Turn left heading 270, Alpha 2 Whiskey Alpha.
Did I not put the fixed rings in? I swear I put the fixed rings in. Ooh, ZIBO's having a bit of a wobbly today. Where have my fixed rings gone? ZIBO! They're broken, look. I don't have my fixed rings in. I definitely had the top of descent ring in, didn't I? That's disappeared as well. Oh dear, I've never seen that happen. God, I missed them. Bugs galore.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, descent to 4,000 feet, QNH 993.
Descent 4,000 feet, QNH 993, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. 4,000 feet set, QNH 993, passing 10,000. 804,000 feet, standby altimeter is set, and that's why it's very important to set the QNH in the FMS, because it obviously predicted that change.
990 Mike
Let's change profile. Right, let's try that again then, if I put them back in again. Definitely had them earlier. No, odds broken. But I had them earlier and the top of descent ring, but now I have no rings. Right, that's another one to write down for ZIBO. So we've got no fixed rings. LNAV waypoint. Not working. I might actually reload the Proteus build, guys, for the next sector. Which I don't like doing, but it seems to be...
Yeah, and speed now is, I don't know what happened to your speed, but start reducing, please.
We do actually have, oh my god, is it giving them the fixed rings like as tiny little green rings around the runway?
Alpaca 291.
Are they my fixed rings, these little green circles? Estimate descent point.
Final approach speed and
thank you very much to Pan Goalies, just joined as a member. Welcome aboard, buddy. Glad you enjoyed the content. You get invited to our members only Discord and join the custom emoji chat. Thank you very much. Right, the ZIBO, the bugs are distracting me here. Let's do the post cruise checks now. So 4 pumps. We've got 3-2 on board. Lights coming on.
30, 20,
8% pressurization 3.0 set. Seatbelts on. Jets coming in. Thanks, Pete, for the fiver.
Thanks for another stream, Captain. If anyone watching has not subscribed, please do so. The captain is nearly 2/3 of the way to 100,000 subscribers.
Amazing, Pete. Thank you so much for your very generous donation. Very, very kind. I can't believe how many subscribers we have sometimes. It's just crazy. When I started the channel, what, 4 years ago?
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, right turn heading 020, speed 200 knots.
Ryanair 020 degrees, speed 220 knots. Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. So, right 020 degrees, speed 220 knots, got a level change, just give me the speed back straight away. Very kind, Pete, thank you so much. Very, very kind. Scripted donation, that's a nice one. I've not said anything to Pete. Very, very kind. But yeah, I'm very, very touched by the amount of people subscribed. Looking forward to getting up to that figure. And yeah, 80-90 we'll do some more charity streams as well. So thanks a lot, guys. Don't forget to subscribe. Right, Pete, I'll give you that £5 back, yeah.
Left heading 110.
Very kind, thank you, Pete.
Are you okay? You're turning right now?
Cool, so on delayed vectors.
Yeah, some technical issues. I don't know what this plane's bugged or something. Alpaca 2 Whiskey Alpha.
Oh, ZIBO mods. ZIBO mods falling out the sky everywhere. Yeah. Oh look, that fixed. Guys, can you play back the stream? Look, the fixed rings have just appeared on their own. There we are. Okay, that's unusual. We'll take them.
And Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, turn left heading 310.
Left heading 310 degrees, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. Just confirm the speed was 220 knots.
200.
200 knots, sorry, I think I missed that. Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. Thank you very much. That was, who's that in chat? I just saw that whilst I was reading that back. So yeah, thanks Vusamoyo, well spotted. We'll go 204, that'll keep me happy, that's the up speed here. And we'll now mute
45, we'll take you through the low class.
The alerts. So a little bit higher on the profile. I don't expect to go in straight off this though. What though? Because it is 200 knots, going flap 1 and bug 200. Can easily use speed brake to get back on profile. We're going to just route direct to Aslak at the moment.
Ryanair 990 Mike Foxtrot, descend to 6,000 feet QNH 9.
By the time we got to stand for nearly 3 hours of me streaming. What a sector this speed. My oh my. Flap 1. Let's do the approach check this. 183 is active once, twice. Fixed rings we have runway 10-4, albeit a bit temperamental. Idents, Tango Romeo Papa for the ILS. We have Tango Romeo Papa just to come up on Jim's side, and the standby instruments are set 177 for the courses, which checks, and then the approach check's complete.
Lufthansa 174,
flat 5 now.
Descent to flight level 140.
Descent level 140, Lufthansa 174.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, turn left heading 270, speed 180.
347's coming out soon, said Tom. Yeah, I've actually got a copy of 347, but I didn't have a chance to test it. Probably did fix some of these bugs, but I don't think these are reported.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, turn left heading 270, speed 180.
Left hand 270 degrees, speed 180 knots, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. Must not get distracted by you guys. Right, speed 180, a little bit high on profile, but we're doing everything we can. We can bring a bit of speed brake out now as well, and get down to 4,000. We can route direct to Aslan.
Alpaca 9 Alpha Kilo, approach Roger.
And, oh gosh, the pole I think was Cat 1, wasn't it?
Alpaca 2 Whiskey Alpha. I'm going to have to disconnect. There's something major wrong with this aircraft at the moment.
Nothing you never want to hear. Engine NTI is coming on as well.
Yeah, cheers for your help, thank you.
1,000 to go.
Checked. And that's back on profile. Slow to speed brake, 180 knots, flat 5.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, turn left heading 210, intercept localizer runway 18, standby for descent.
Left heading 210 degrees, on the heading clear to intercept the localizer, 75% Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. So there we are, we've got the MPS scales, you can see the glide slopes right through there, so set vertical speeds, out of wire, so might have to do the intercept glide slope from above, look, because we're only just coming onto the glide slope now. 180 knots still, 4,000 feet.
Log 45 heading
140. So much for the CDA, but nothing we could do because I wanted to keep descending. If you say cleared ILS, it would be good and send us low, go straight in. So, glide slope's just dipping below us.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, descent 3,000 feet, cleared ILS 18.
Send 3,000 feet, cleared ILS, 18, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. So 3,000 feet checked, vertical speed 1,000, cleared ILS approach, arming approach. So yeah, arming approach shouldn't give you the localizer and glide slope scales, that should only happen at localizer capture. Localizer, capture, runway heading 177.
Alpaca 6 Yankee, speed 180.
Is set, and cleared approach, approach is armed. Come on, let's capture the glide slope. Arm speed brake. Glide slope capture, missed approach altitude, initially 3,000 feet set, and 180 knots. Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar established, ILS 189 miles.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, 180 to 6 miles, tower 118.650, Oslo.
At 118.650, 180 till 6 miles, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. Thanks, ATC, bye.
Bye.
So long. Cool. Excellent, so we'll configure at 5 miles.
Hello,
As well, Jim will be flying this approach.
Best speed.
And is it Torp Tower? Never been here before. It's Torp Tower. Torp Tower, very good evening. Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, ILS 187 miles at 180.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, hello. Number 3.
Number 3?
Alpaca 3 November Victor.
2 aircraft ahead of me, and I'm over 6 miles. Right, 6 miles, we'll bring the speed back towards 6.3. We're going to go gear down flat feet at 5. Okay.
And Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, reduced to minimum approach speed.
Minimum approach speed, well, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. Interesting. Good.
Get up 180.
Flat 15. Got one guy telling me to maintain 180 till 6 and then minimum approach speed. Start switch is continuous, recall check, speed brake hard green light, landing gear down to 3, order brake is set to 3. And flat 30. This could be interesting. Remember guys, we're only going to see the runway right at minimums. So flaps we have 30 green light, we're just waiting for the landing clearance. Check's complete. Well, there is the runway, but you know what Active Sky's going to do, don't you? So yeah, right, that's not overcast at 300, but we're going to go back into IMC, guys. That's just a little thing of expert level in Active Sky, unfortunately. But yes, if you can see that, you're likely to see it all the way down. Wait for it, you'll go back in the back into the thick cloud any second. I don't think we're number 3 though, are we? What? Is that an aircraft heading towards me? What is going on? I don't know much about Oslo Torp, but that appears to be an aircraft taxiing the wrong way. Is he backtracking? Oh my. This... What's going on? Yeah, vacate right. Yes, it go right, please. What's going on here? No. There is a taxiway just here that's perfectly fine.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, go now.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. 2 streams in a row.
100.
Oh dear. Go around. Oh no, wrong button helps me. Right, I need this anyway. Go around. Flap 15.
100.
Seg for us.
Okay, 1 Tango Oscar, continue missed approach procedure, contact approach 135. Location 134 at still fine. So.
Standard missed approach 13405. Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. Bye. LNAV. Why was an aircraft going the wrong way when it's a perfectly usable taxi? Flat 5.
Dog 25, hello.
At least the go-around's working in the mods. Climb straight ahead 3,000 feet, 14.3 miles, make a right turn, continue climb to 5,000. So 3,000 feet initially. Flap 1.
Standard 90, Mike Foxtrot, speed 180.
ZIBO mod's giving me magenta lines galore as well. This is flaps up. Oh dear. So we're just going to wait until outer quiet.
1,000 to go.
Wait, bug up, and then we'll let's get the autopilot engaged, and then we'll level off the 3,000 feet. Before engaging the autopilot. Radar, good day. Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, standard missed approach. ILS 18.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, Roger. Expect actors for another approach.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. Right, there's command. South to take off checklist, 3,000 feet. So gears off. Water brake will leave in 3. Air conditioning.
Alpha 9 Alpha Kilo back to
1.0
Polaris.
is set.
118.87.
And QNH 903 maintains 3,000 feet. I have to take off checks complete. So, straight away talk to the cabin crew, let them know what was the reason for this approach. Yes, there was an aircraft taxiing on the runway towards us. I mean, you could. He must have gone via Whiskey 3 or something, because look, there's a taxiway here. Charlie and then Alpha. What was he doing there? Why did he not go right at Bravo? I don't know. Anyway, talk to cabin crew. Talk to the cabin crew, let them know the reason for this approach. Send a PA to the passengers. Ladies and gentlemen, flight deck captain speaking. Unfortunately, I had to fly this approach this time. We'll be trying around for a second approach landing in about 10-15 minutes. Sorry for the inconvenience. We'll be with you shortly. Last thing we look at is fuel. We're less than 3 tons now, guys. Alternate's 2.2. So, I need to make a decision. Do I commit to making a second approach? If I do, I have to immediately divert, or do I use that extra fuel to get to Oslo Garden Mode? If it was as busy as this in real life, with the weather as it is, I'd considering to divert to Oslo Garden Mode at this point. I need to get the weather as well. I might do the Cat 2 just to make sure I can get it. But yeah, Taxiway Yankee is closed. Oh, as if they're simulating that. I mean, if it's closed in real life and they want to follow the no terms, fair enough. Oh, I'm never going to get out of Torp. It's going to last forever. Riding 270 degrees, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. Right.
91315 over VATSIM.
Spare 1315, yeah. Continue, descent to 3,000 feet.
3,000 feet, continue, we are clear for the approach.
So, arrivals...
1315 with speed 180, you can
something's fishy here with the mods. Where's it? It should be saying...
Speed 180, 3,000, clear for the approach. Thank you very much. 91315.
990 Mike Foxtrot, taking through the localizer.
So, 1 hour route, sorry, descent to fix.
Lufthansa 1742, turn right heading 360.
Something's not right with the mod at the moment. Just the way it's displaying information in the FMS, the way the magenta lines are drawing. I don't know. Using reserve fuel, yes.
Alpaca 86 Yankee is
1.8 on arrival, not about that much. Yes, I'm going to fly Cat 2. The reason is, if a second go around is really going to add on the pressure, I mean, that go around was a bit silly. If I have to go around again, that's going to be just very interesting. So I'm going to set straight 1.
And the span 1315 reduced to final approach speed.
Sorry, ran out 112.
Final approach speed is 1315.
And this is just to ensure I get in. If I go around again, it's going to get a bit fishy with the fuel. But honestly, if it was as busy as it is now, and it'd never be in Oslo, Sandefjord, or Torp, sorry, we'd be going to Garden Mode. Democracy didn't work. Is this the return leg? We'll see. Yes, I plan to. But I was hoping to be on the way back to Bremen by now. But this is where I've got to balance realism with practicality. Going around like that was very unrealistic. I wouldn't have to go around for that reason. It wouldn't come into their planning. I'm now being vectored all the way here to the west, further and further away of the airport with 2.8 tons of fuel left. Yeah.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, climb to 4,000 feet, turn right heading 360.
I'm 4,000 feet, right to 360 degrees. Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. So 4,000 feet set.
Turn left heading 120.
We have to request Cat 2. Yeah, in reality, Samuel Butler, I want to have LVPs in force for the purposes of the exercise in the sim today. I'll just fly the Cat 2. Because there's nothing they can do in the sim that will change how it would work. Mayday fuel, Jules? No, absolutely not. We don't think we're going to be landing with final reserves. Our final reserves are in ton. And we have 2.8. So we've still got 1,800 kilos of fuel to burn. It'll be another 30 minutes, basically, of still flying around if I was getting towards a minimum fuel components.
Yeah.
Wow.
Spanner 1315, contact tower 118,650.
ZIBO mod is getting
118,650. I think it was very good job good day. 91315.
990 Mike Foxtrot, descent to 3,000
feet. I was thinking of burning a ton of fuel in that time. That's It's a lot.
Videre 7 to Romeo, descend to 5,000 feet, QNH.
There we are. Yeah, so we're going to fly the Cat 2.
5,000 feet, QNH.
Cat 2 then, again it'll be flown by Jim, briefed by Jim. Frequency courses are the same, the only thing that's changed is minimums. Rad out of 112, that will ensure that we go in there. And remember, this will be to an auto land. We can use flat 30 as well for the auto land as well, so I'm going to leave it set. I'm going to fly flat 40, the reason is the mod can be a bit heavy with flat 30. So flat 40, auto brake 3, secondly 10 first. We'll give it a second go.
6,000 feet,
Interesting.
and reduce speed to 180 knots.
Busy. So guys, if you just tuned in, welcome aboard. We're on our second approach into Oslo Torp. It is ferociously busy. We had to go around because there's an aircraft taxi on the runway towards us, unfortunately. We're now flying a Cat 2 approach because the weather's pretty poor in Oslo Torp. We're having a serious consideration of diverting as well because we're down to 2.6 tons of fuel. So remember, our alternate fuel to divert is 2.2. So that's the amount of fuel we need to divert to Garden Mode and fly another approach. So in real life now, I'd obviously be pretty certain I want to get in here. I can also commit my alternate fuel, but with the weather as it is, it's not a decision you want to make, with it being overcast at 300, but they have Cat 2 available, so we're going to fly that approach. I should get in, unless there's another if there's another aircraft coming in, then we're into the kind of realms of silly. Anyway.
Right, 210,
Romeo, continue best heading, speed 180.
Busy. Yeah, I'll see for the next sector, because if they're...
Videre 27 Romeo. Videre 27 Romeo,
I'm not going to end the stream, guys, but if they're simulating that the Yankee taxiway is closed, I'm never going to get out of here. Because they're having to backtrack all the traffic to take off from runway 18 and people landing as well.
Ja, Hocus 13, bare fordi jeg ikke svarer, fordi jeg opptatt, betyr ikke at du kan lette.
Take it, this is very interesting, very realistic scenario. Decisions captains have to make. Yeah, I mean, this is me thinking here, you know, having to go around. But yeah, alternate fuel's coming up now, 2.2. I'm going to have to make a decision after the next approach what to do. And if I decide to go around to the next one, I want to do it expeditiously, and we might have to make a minimum fuel associated with that.
Foxtrot, speed 180 to 6, contact tower 118,
this is the go around was a bit silly. I mean, I don't not for the VATSIM controllers, but if they're the amount of traffic they're expecting and then simulating the taxiway closed as it probably is in real life, they can't deal with that amount of traffic, because you're going to have to vacate or enter the runway at Whiskey and take off and backtrack. But I mean, is Yankee definitely closed? It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that on the ATIS. I don't know if someone. Oh, it does. Yeah, runway 18 taxiway Yankee closed due to work in progress, and then they decided to host event. Oh no, they can't deal with the traffic. Yeah, it'd be.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, speed 200 knots.
Speed 200 knots, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. I mean, credit to them by actually looking at the real NOTAM and applying that, but I wouldn't have hosted the VATSIM event with that. 2 tons, apparently going to burn 600 kilos between now and landing, which I find a bit excessive, but 58.2 flat 30 is now selected. Sorry, flat 40 wasn't it, because we're doing the auto land. You can use flat 30 for auto land, by the way. The mod is just it's quite firm with flat 30 auto lands. Music Man says, was the closure noted in the NOTAMs? Generally I don't check NOTAMs when I'm simming. I just crack on with it, but I should think it definitely is. Why else would they be simulating it being closed? One of the aircraft did take off, but without clearance.
Bare sånn for planlegging av de, så blir planen å bokse der rundt over lobblyseren, altså inn fra øst, bare for å få litt
terreng på det. We're just not quite good enough for that one. But don't forget, we had a lot of traffic inbound as well. We had to hold too. Now I'm going to route.
ILS er vel kanskje enklest nå med denne trafikkmengden.
Try to center fix there.
Ja, eller det er det for så vidt ikke, men det er lettest når det er 7000 meter sikte over kast 600.
LOL ATC is mad, oh dear.
Jo, det er sant. Da var det blitt en liten oppdatering på det her. Vi skal sjekke noe nærmere 4000 roll. Lufthansa was Sandefjord Torp left, heading 210, clear ILS 18.
Might have to go offline then to get out of here, because if the amount of traffic, I think I'd not help them. Dear. I can see all the Norwegians.
Bristol 68, requesting a power flight air control there, zone via Larkholm.
Bristol 68, clear to leave rig control on VLR-kollen, 2,000 feet or below, squawk 3111.
3111, clear to leave control on VLR-kollen, 2,000 feet or below, Bristol 68.
Bristol 68, correct, QNH 993, start approved, call when ready for taxi or departure, depending on where you want to depart from.
So, if I was in this situation right now in real life, I've got a Cat 2 approach to fly in conditions where I'm quite confident I'll get in on a Cat 2. I'm down to I'm getting to my final reserve, my alternate fuel, so I need 2.2 to get to Garden and land with my final reserve. I'm down to 2.6 now, so that's around 5 to 10 minutes. 5-10 minutes holding around. So that allows me to fly for 10 more minutes. Now, if I fly an approach and go around, I immediately have to decide what to do. Do I commit here to
clear to leave control zone
Torp, or do I divert to garden mode? I mean, I don't think they can cope with the amount of traffic today, especially if they're simulating Yankee closed. I mean, this taxiway being closed is a huge disruption. Like, they can't depart aircraft.
1 Tango Oscar, turn right heading 090, speed 180.
Right, heading 090 degrees and speed 180 knots. Out back at 1 Tango Oscar. So look, go for another approach. Speed checks, flight 1. If we have to go around, I'm going to divert straight to garden mode because I'm not going to get in here, and it'll be quite tight on fuel. It's going to be that'll be minimum fuel and mayday call fuel calls. So it could get quite interesting. But I would never expect this sort of like going around like we have done today for those sort of reasons.
Lufthansa 1515, descent to 6,000 feet, QNH 993.
Approach check is complete then, still have Torp identified, nothing's changed.
Lufthansa 515?
Lufthansa 515, affirmed 6,000 feet, 9.
Hendrik, 480C, thought this was going to be a slow start. I know.
For Lufthansa 515.
And Lufthansa 515, don't worry about
Pat,
the
go on, like you're thinking.
thinking.
Nothing on takes where Yankee just land there.
Watcher, just start descending to 20 knots and don't worry about the
down to 25.
Lufthansa 515.
Still above our...
You'll be vector to 20. Brake. Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, turn right heading 150, descend to 3,000, cleared ILS approach and move 18.
Right 150 degrees, descend 3,000 feet cleared, ILS 18, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. There we are, 180, not 3,000 feet, vertical speed,
right
heading
heading 0
is set.
0, vector to ILS approach and move 18. Distance touchdown, 35 miles.
There we are, cleared approach, so approach arms. Yeah, so this is a bug. See how I arm approach and then we get the losing exposed scales? That shouldn't happen. That's a bug. So it should only happen when you get a localizer capture, that you get the glide slip indication there. That shouldn't happen like that.
Videre 7, correct, videre 27 rommet.
Anyway, we're on our final intercept heading.
To 4,000 feet.
What an eventful stream! Have I ever had an emergency fuel situation in real life? No, but I have gotten close to a minimum fuel call, landed with 1,500 kilos. But it was a lovely day going to my home base, and a Cessna decided to get disabled on the runway. So we got in.
It's approved, clear to cross runway and proceeding to Blackholm, Bristol.
Cool approach arms.
August 13, correct.
Shut off and descent
August
here.
13,
Down to 2.4, approaching our alternate fuel to 2.2, so we'd have to immediately decide to go around and to divert now if we can't get off this approach. Let's see what happens.
August 13, Roger, just beware of the traffic and lift up.
And we're only on the first sector. This is an hour, this is a 1 hour flight, okay? And I've done an hour flight, I could stream this an hour and a half usually, and it's 2 hours 45 minutes into the stream. Yeah. So remember, this is an auto land by the way now, guys, just to guarantee getting in if the visibility is low. Right. Localizer, live, locus capture, and approach arms. Yeah, don't forget when you're flying an auto land to engage the second order flight. You've got to do that by 800 feet. Alright, localizer, live, localizer capture, 177 set.
Say again, 41. Ja, 41 klarerte
standard 180 knots speed restriction.
Nei, han ba meg fortsatt være i hold. Skal jeg holde? Ja, ok. Litt rart.
Kieran, could you tell Tower to advise him you need immediate vector towards alternate in event of a go around? Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad thing.
Lufthansa 515,
Glacier just 3,000 feet set. Yeah, I mean, in normal days you'd have that amount of fuel, so I mean, I'd be confident in real life if I get in here. I mean, right now, I'm not confident at all. But I'll carry on. If I have to go around, I'll immediately go over to radar and request a diversion to Oslo. And then I'd also call minimum fuel, because any further delays would potentially...
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, speed 180 to 6 miles, contact tower 11865. Let's hope I don't talk to you again.
180 till 6, no problem. Thanks to the great Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. Ciao. Perfect. So, he has advised 180 till 6. I hope the next guy doesn't go minimum approach speed. Tower again. Hello, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscars, ILS 187 miles, 180 till 6.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, hello, question top tower, wind variable 2 knots, soon on board.
Continue approach Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. So approaching 6 miles, go to 5. Flat 5 speeds. Ooh, tense, isn't it? Tense! Why are you not comfortable? Well, I'm very comfortable here, but if it was in real life, I would be so comfortable here. Reset MCP altitude. Yeah, because look, I'm down to my alternate fuel now, 2.2 tons. I took an extra 30 minutes of fuel today. If I hadn't taken extra fuel, we would have... Right, get flat 15, chest of flaps. Star switches, continuous recall check, speed brake, on green light, landing gear. Down 3 green, order brake is set to 3, and let's just select flat 25. Remember, this is an auto land now, guys. We've got command flare now. Below 162, flat 40. Always VREF plus 5 for auto lands, regardless of the headwinds. Flaps 40, 40. We're stabilised by 1,000 feet, and we're just waiting for the landing clearance. Check's complete. Here we go.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, wind variable 2 knots, 118 clear to land.
Okay, 18 cleared to land, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. That's a good sign, guys. Cleared to land. Ah, maybe they've opened Yankee. I can see some TCAS traffic there. Fabi, auto lands only for Cat 3. No, Cat 2, Cat 3. At my operator, we fly auto lands Cat 2 and Cat 3. Oh, look, everyone thinks Cat 3 is auto lands. No, we have to fly Cat 2s to auto lands at my operator. Some airlines do manually fly though. Anyway, even if we become visual, we always fly the auto land to completion. If you've briefed it. There we are. So remember, minimums are RA 112. You can't see it when it's in the arc. That's true to aircraft. So I'd call 500 radio flare armed, which I missed. Jim would verify the passing radio flare armed. So we'll check the minimums. There's the minimums for the Cat 1. Let's see if we would have got in off the Cat 1. There we are. Yeah, we would have just... No, sorry, that's the rad out. We would have just got in. We would have got in off Cat 1. So yeah, we'll carry monitoring the auto land. This is ZIBO, remember, not me. This is an auto... Why is it oscillating like that? I would not be happy with it oscillating like this.
50.
Come on, ZIBO.
40.
Come on.
30.
Come on.
20.
Come on.
10.
You beauty. Is he going to butter an auto land? Not quite, but great landing. Right, speed brakes up, reversers, nose wheels down, disconnect the autopilot. There's reversers green. 100 knots. Manual braking. Just trying to help latency out here. I wouldn't brake this hard at all, but I'm just trying to help them out. That's the brakes cooked. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, roll to the end, vacate Whiskey 1.
Sorry, just vacated Whiskey 3, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, roger, over to ground.
I think I've screwed it up for them. Yeah, I've screwed this up. I've really screwed this up for them. I don't think I was meant to vacate here. Yeah, this is...
Ground on 126.170, so long.
126.170, yeah, sorry, I don't think I was meant to vacate here, cheers. Oh, I was really trying to help them out. Alpaca
140, Bravo,
I've actually really screwed them up. Oh dear, oh no, because this is where they have to go to taxi, but I thought they'd usually go Whiskey 2 and then Charlie here. I've read in the airfield briefing documents that you'd actually vacate here and then they go Whiskey 2 for Charlie. Ground, hello, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar's vacated runway 18 at Whiskey 3.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar talk ground. Hold position.
Hold position, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. It's alright, hopefully that light aircraft should be able to go Whiskey 2, but because when you taxi out of here, you go Whiskey 2 cross Charlie, so you wouldn't be taxiing this way to go to the runway. Oh, look at that Alpaca morphing his way here. Look that we landed though with 2.2 tons, the amount of fuel we needed to divert. There we are. So yeah, don't quite go for those are you real pilot emojis just yet, ladies and gentlemen, because Whiskey 3 I believe is where we could vacate, but it has caused a headache here. My oh my. Oh dear. That has been an epic flight. Who's enjoyed that sector? I very much did. Testing me left, right, centre. Oh dear. He was probably going to depart via Whiskey 3, yeah, probably. He could get off of Whiskey 2 though, for sure. I was just trying to help out, and had I not done it, I would have vacated the Whiskey 2 onto incoming traffic anyway. But yeah, taxi out as Whiskey 2, cross Charlie onto Yankee. It's gone very quiet on ground. I need a nap after that. Think about me. Now what? I've been told to hold position, and now it's gone. I don't know. Ground's got to make a cup of tea. John Purple, are we staying at VATSIM for the next sector? Oh, we're 3 hours into this stream, and we're not even halfway through. I mean, I had penciled in 4 hours for this one, but yeah, we'll see. Now we've got alpacas going.
And,
that doesn't look good.
Oscar.
Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar, go ahead.
Yeah, you can continue taxi Whiskey 3 and hold short Whiskey 2.
Whiskey 3, hold short of Whiskey 2, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar.
Yeah, by now the traffic is cleared. Whiskey 3 and stand 1-1 for you, my friend.
Whiskey 3, stand 1-1, Alpaca 1 Tango Oscar. Just got a rogue alpaca there, just... Yeah, I'm not sure about this one. I might be soon departing. I'm sure it's okay, but we'll keep an eye on it. Right, yeah, on our way. So, coming in, passing Whiskey 2 shortly, and then we're going to go Tango stand 1-1 in the corner here, so it'll be the next right, so on to stand. Yeah, it's super busy. This airport is not used to this sort of amount of traffic. It really isn't. So that's no. What am I doing? This is really throwing me. There we are. Start. Oh, it's a bit of a mess here. Got aircraft everywhere. Stand 11 is free. Anyway, this is the gateway scenery. Looks very nice.
Videre 27 Romeo, hello, welcome, Whiskey 1, stand 3.
Captain, can you give us a number lead from yes. Well, here's stand 11. We have an Air France parked 90 degrees. He's departing the network. Oh, hold on.
78 Papa, push start to fluid.
Oh, we're fine. Stand 11 is the next one. Then. I thought this was stand 11.
Push start approved.
And I think it's free, although there's a Finnair. It's yeah, he's part there. It's just looking very tight, obviously with the air France. My oh my! Crazy, absolutely crazy. I might head off offline, just start for the next sector, and that's nothing against the guys ATC. Just to get out of here. I've got aircraft spinning around me and doing all sorts of weird, funny stuff. Right, anyway, there's the stand. And we'll bring it to a stop. Awesome. Well, that was an eventful flight. Parking brake is set. 2 blues, 1 red. Engines are dead. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Torp at Sandefjord. A somewhat eventful Alpaca Airways adventure, but we got you here safely in one piece. We had bugs with the ZIBO mod, aircraft taxiing towards us. Once we went around, we're down to our... How much fuel was it in the end? Yeah, look, 2.2 tons. That's exactly the amount of fuel we needed to divert to Oslo garden mode. And that's what you can expect. Those decisions I made, obviously taking into account the amount of traffic here in Oslo Torp, which wouldn't be a factor in real life. But let's say in real life, what could have perhaps happened is I had to go around off the first approach for whatever reason. I'd then go around, and if I had that amount of fuel, I'd make that decision exactly operationally as I would do 2. Have I got enough fuel? Can I get in? Yes, I'm flying a Cat 2. It's overcast at 300.
40,
and I know if I can't get in the
30,
second time, I can safely
20,
divert still
10.
to garden mode. So those are the decisions you saw me make. The same would apply as well. Thanks for that add-on.
Welcome to Torp, my home base, and where I'm currently in ATPL flight training.
Amazing, thank you.
Love your streams as they are great inspiration and good entertainment.
Thank you very much, Anon. I certainly hope you found this stream entertaining. Thank you very much. Best of luck with your flight training, may I add as well. Thank you very much for your donation. So yes, the decisions you saw me make today were kind of sound operational reasons, the same things that I discussed in real life. Streaming is actually much tougher when it comes here, because I'm trying to keep you guys entertained. I'm having to make those decisions on my own without having to consult and discuss with the first officer, because you'd make those decisions with them. They'd obviously give you an insight that something you perhaps might missed. But yeah, that second approach flown there. We discussed it, the option. Look, if we can't get in here, we'll fly a missed approach, request immediate diversion to Gardermoen. We know the weather in Gardermoen is better than here. It's a lower cloud base, overcast at 400, but they have Cat 3. But we can still get in off the Cat 1. And all those decisions actually start at the planning stage. So at the planning stage, you look at the weather, you look at your options. If the weather's below minimums, you need to make sure your alternate has visibility one above or one approach above than the approach you're expecting at your alternate. So you're basically guaranteeing that you can get in there. But yeah, it was great fun to kind of subject myself to that. I hope you found that quite interesting to watch and saw my sort of perspective decision on things. That was very enjoyable indeed. What are we up to now? 3 hours into the stream. I mean, I was really hoping to be airborne by this point, guys. What I'm going to do, we'll do the replay. We'll head back to Bremen. Just looking here. How busy is it? It's super busy. 1 runway, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Aircraft parked everywhere, 8, 9, 10. Guys, I'm probably going to head offline for the departure. The reason is, and there's nothing against the ATC, I haven't got all night. I've actually, got some plans after night, doing some things with friends online, and I was hoping to get done. Plus, I've got to have food, and I wasn't planning it being at this stage of the stream. I was hoping to have been airborne by now, at least. But yeah, anyway, let's cue the replay shortly. I just want to say massive thanks to some of the comments coming in as well, and I'll plan to pop back online into Bremen, because there is yeah, because I really wanted to get the event there, and I spoke to VATSIM Germany earlier about it. And now my phone's crashed, so I can't see the VATSIM map. We've got Air France taxi backwards. Yeah, I'll let you sort of decide. I mean, let me know what you think in chat. I think we'll go offline. We can still enjoy the sector at least, but at least that won't allow for any delays. But yeah, we'll disconnect now anyway. 80 was great here. I don't want them to think that I'm logging off because 80 wasn't bad. It wasn't. It's fantastic. It's just the sheer amount of traffic. It was huge, and it wasn't probably the best sector I chose, an overload event with 2 tiny airports. But anyway, we learned to live with those mistakes, and what can we do? And yeah, I really I'm going to switch over. This version of the mod, it's too buggy. We've had multiple issues with the flight management computer, approach logic, routing. I might just revert to 3.42.12, which I still have a copy of. It's the one we did the flight to Abu Dhabi. So anyway, let's cue the replay music and watch the replay anyway, and then you can watch the taxi in, and then I'll reload into the sim, probably with engines running, and then I'll shut the engines down so it's in the transit state, and we'll go with 0.12, which was a very good solid version. As you said here, Leonard TVG, there's been a few issues creeping here with 0.14. Anyway, there we are, and I don't have the funky music here ready on standby, so give me 2 seconds, guys. There we are. Cue the funky replay. There we are. 3 hours. Look at that. 3 hours for one 1 hour sector. Right, let's put ourselves here. Turn those sounds up. And this was an auto land, remember? This wasn't me. That was the ZIBO mod.
30.
Thank you very much, Sim Aviation, for your £5 donation. Very kind, sir. Yeah, not bad, ZIBO mod. That was actually a really nice auto land. Right where you want it to be. Just turn the funky music down there. It's very loud. Sorry about this, guys. So basically, Streamlabs, the iPad app, you now have to have a Prime membership for. So I'm having to control the volumes, everything for the PC at the moment, whilst I decide whether to get the Prime version. It's so annoying that they made the iPad app. Oh look, even X-Plane 11's looking a bit buggy. Look, there's no like replay thing. Might just reset the thing for the next sector. Yeah, great auto land TV though. That was really nice. Boom. Yeah, it did do a bit of a wobble, you're right, Jules. Let's have a little look at that. I've not seen the auto land do that. There's a few oscillations. Yeah. So if I was in IMC,
200,
approaching the minimum say at 112, and I saw that rate to descent going like that, I'd be a bit like, ooh, look, it's approaching 900 feet per minute, and then going up from 900 to 500. Yeah, it shouldn't be doing that. It makes you nervous in IMC.
40,
in
30,
real life, the aircraft is rock solid.
20, 10.
Alright guys, well anyway, I'll put you in the window view here whilst I decide a plan of action for the next sector. If I enjoyed the stream so far, don't forget to smash the thumbs up button and subscribe. Very likely to start offline for the next bit because we have been well delayed so far. Well delayed is my proper English. But if you are enjoying it, yes, do smash the thumbs up button. And I'll be back in around 10 minutes with the aircraft set up or in a position ready for the next sector. Hope you're enjoying the show anyway guys, and I'll see you shortly. Cheers! Thanks a lot, guys, for that intermission. Unfortunately, I had to restart Expo 11 because I switched to this version of ZIBO mod, the one that we used in the Abu Dhabi stream, so we're now back to 346.12, which crashed Expo 11, which is probably a blessing in disguise because now I've restarted the sim, it's probably less likely to be buggy. Now, I've been contemplating whether to go on VATSIM, however, let me just show you quickly. I've actually filed a flight plan, I might log back in later, but just to show you the situation when I log back onto the network here, what's going on here. Now, this is why I'm going to be starting offline. Look how many aircraft here. I've got aircraft parked on top of each other. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, I'm very sorry because I know some of the controllers might have wanted a bit more traffic vector around, but yeah, it's just not doable. There's two reasons. One, you can see it's crazy. There's aircraft parked on top of each other. They're simulating a taxiway closed, so you're going to have to backtrack. They've got multiple arrivals coming in. So yeah, it's just I can't cater for that amount of traffic. Plus, I've been streaming about an hour beyond where I'd expect to be at this stage, and I just want to get the show on the road. So unfortunately, and I say that genuinely, I will be starting offline. I've got the flight plan filed, so I might pop back in online later and see what it is. I'm going to take additional fuel to cater for that allowance as well. But yeah, I just can't, with them simulating that taxiway closed, Yankee, it's impossible, because we're going to have to go Whiskey 3 Charlie. Well, no, sorry, you can't go on here. So to take off, you have to go via Whiskey 3, backtrack 180. With someone told me there's 40 arrivals inbound. It ain't gonna happen. So yeah, I mean, in hindsight, I don't think they sort of simulated the no term of the Yankee being closed. Not at this airport, then hosting an event. But anyway, I don't organise those sort of things. So yeah, offline to start with. Sorry for that, because I know a lot of guys love the interaction with ACB too, but I will be starting offline here. Anyway, yeah, like I said, I had to reload the sim. We are now in 346.12, so the version 2 previous list, there were just a few too many issues with 14. I usually test them before the sector, just didn't get a chance today, and I wish I had because we had multiple issues. I'll let ZIBO know with them. But yeah, 346.12, we used that for Abu Dhabi 3 days ago. Worked really nice, it was rock solid, so and I've reloaded the sim from scratch. Anyway, transit setup. So what I've done basically is reload the sim, but they put it back in the exact same configuration it was, except I killed the AP, put the GPU on the bus. We still have, it remembers even what aircraft you're in, it still has the main fuel we had from the last sector. You see, look, I've got about 2 tons, so that's pretty cool. So the first thing we do when we jump into the aircraft, obviously Jim would be flying back, but obviously it's just me, so Jim's doing the walk around at the moment. I get the ATIS first, so obviously I'm offline now. However, I'll look at the meta on my phone here. IO, do an offline departure but simulate the taxiway closed. That's actually a good idea. Yeah, I will do that. Good thinking. QNH 993. And we'll put an M3 on 1300 here. Now, we're out to this airport does have an emergency turn or an engine down SID, but with the MSA in that high in that sector, I'm just going to say if the engine failure, we'll climb straight ahead to the MSA. Anyway, there's the MF8 set 1300, and let's do that all the way RTO reset. Something I do when it's the transit turnaround on flight in this sector, I just do that little bit of configuration. Now we load up the flight plan. So, here is sector number 2. I've also updated Nightbot's routing for the second sector, so you can want to find out our routing throughout the flight. You can just put exclamation mark route to find out where we're flying, how much fuel we're taking, etc. So, init ref, IDED, same aircraft, Echo November Tango Oscar. I wouldn't have to do this on the transit, because I reloaded it, I need to do it now. Go from Torp to Bremen. Echo Delta Delta Whiskey. Call sign for the sector back is Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey. Departures, runway 18, going to be flying the Helicop 1 Golf. There we are, and from Helicop it's going to be Tango 551 to Alpha Alpha Lima. Alpha Alpha Lima, Papa 615 to Alpha Lima Sierra. Now, just before I carry on here, I forgot to do the boarding in the mod because we wanted a little bit of extra fuel, remember, for this sector. So I'm going to whack on an hour. The reason being, if I do go back online, I want an extra 30 minutes to allow for the delays similar to what we had coming in here. And also, the weather in Bremen, they're forecasting potential thunderstorms and CBs at the moment, and strong winds as well. Winds up to gusting, not too bad, 30 knots now, that's tomorrow, but still quite strong winds here. So yeah, we'll take an extra 30 minutes on top of that. That's an hour. So 2.4 we'll take on top of that. That's going to be, let's go 7-8. That's full wings. Again, I'd probably just take 30 minutes in real life, but the extra hour would be allowed for VATSIM delays if we do go back online. So, payload, I'll presume 149 passengers again, same as the previous sector. And the fuel is 7.8. There we are. Start flight leg. And call for the fuel truck. There we are. So, all looking good. Carry on with the flight plan. Then, after Alpha Lima Sierra, it's going to be direct to Ribso. From Ribso, Tango 903 to... why is it not taking that? Have I discovered another bug? From Ribso, Tango 903. Nope, doesn't like that. Let's try next page. No, it can't sequence the next page, it's on page 2. Interesting, another bug. Not doing very well on the bot tonight, are we? Right, I'll just have to go Ribso direct to Whiskey Sierra November. Didn't have that issue the other day. Let me just try and put the airway back in. Unless Ribso doesn't have Tango 903, but I've got the latest air rack installed, and it's parallel with SimBrief, same air rack as SimBrief, so it should take it. I've never seen that before. But we'll go direct to Whiskey Sierra November, and then it's going to be direct to Delta Whiskey. But I'm expecting they get to Papa what's going on. You can select a transition even though there's no transition. ILS Zulu 27, so have a little look ahead here. Domino Mosini, you had exactly the same bug on the way back. Might be a little issue then on that particular routing. So keep a transition via Rockbow, and that's for ILS Yankee or ILS. Let's do ILS Zulu 27, and it's via the. Yeah, there's a little bug here. It seems to be giving a big space here. Won't let me select two right. I actually flew this approach the other day in the Beluga. I'm trying to remember what transition we selected. Gibber 27, that was it. Yeah, something. I didn't have that going into Abu Dhabi. Any of these weird little. Yeah, there's something's up with the FMS routing at the moment because we couldn't select waypoints on the way in. Right, so I'm just going to go here. Whiskey Sierra November to Gimmer. There we are. That's better. That's the one we want. Perfect. Right, that's looking much better. Right. Zero fuel weight, 56.1. Reserves to get to our alternate of Hamburg. If we need to divert, it's going to be 2.4 tons. Cost index 30. Cruising today at flight level 360. 360 set in the MCP. That's executed. 360 here. Elevation in Bremen is 14 feet, so we'll leave that set to 0. Top climb wind. Let's have a look here. Is 313 at 31. Top climb ice is 5. Temperature 2. Performance full 22k, full length for 90.1 and flat 5. CG set. Best use wet speeds. It's been a drizzle around 26, 35, 42 set 6.25 units. So 6.25 units set. GLS approach. Bremen doesn't have GLS approach kit by cat. Does it have GLS into Bremen? I'm happy to do that if it does. V2. That's what I was trying to set. 42. It really isn't much to a GLS. It's as far as we're concerned, operating. The flight deck is same as an ILS. Cool, so your up is on now, transfers, space switch is normal auto. We would have done that on the first flight. Seatbelt sign on. Refueling will pretty much be done now. Trim airs on. Isolation valve open for the engine start. We'll get the APU started now. And here's our departure then. Runway 18, so 177 for the QDM. 177, 177, 177. Departure's the LCOP 1 Golf. LCOP 1 Golf, RNAV 1 required, which you have. So, jet to turn at 5 DME from Torp 1385. That should be on standby for the previous sector. There it is. So, it might be at 5 DME or Tango Oscar 909. Tango Oscar 909. It's going to be a simple lead for us. And right turn 198, inbound to LCOP 197. Distance of 31.9 miles, 32. Initial climb clearance 4,000 feet. Expect further climb by Farris approach. So we'll set 4,000 feet. Imagine we've got our clearance as well. 4,000, and we'll set 2,000 because we're offline at the moment. So that's it. That's the departure. Nice, straightforward, simple right turn. Look at that, inbound to Ellicor. Cool, looking good. Bremen has GLS. Both runways have GLS charts. We'll fly GLS approach then. Have you got ZIBO update 3614? We just flew previous sector 34614. Too many issues. So I've reverted 34612. ZIBO has sent me 347 early release candidate to test, which is I don't know if it'll had more issues. It's been untested, but it has the ability to save flights now. Maybe I should have chose that one, but just to get the show on the road because we're running super late today. I've just reverted to my last stable version, 34612. I always have a copy of my last stable version, which I know works well. So 34612 is up and installed and running here. Right, APU's on the bus. I know it's quite quiet because the doors closed? There we are, we can hear them boarding. APU's on the bus then. We'll get rid of the air stairs and close the L1 door. Forward entry is closed. There we are, get a better pushback. We'll go from there. I love how the light comes on when you're trying to plan your better pushback. That's super cool. So it's doing like that, and something like that. There we are.
Ground to cockpit. Plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu when you are ready.
He sounds Norwegian. Very cool.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Perfect. Let's spend a minute on the APU. Get the APU bleed on. Master caution. Air conditioning. And that'll be a dual bleed. Resets. Cool. BX7 iOS, why offline? Just too much traffic. Way too much traffic. I was an hour late getting in, and they're simulating here in Torp the Yankee taxiway closed, so they have something like 20 aircraft waiting to depart, and to depart you have to go via Whiskey 3. This is closed. You have to go Whiskey 3, backtrack all the way here, and then do a 180 backtrack to take off runway 18. There's 20 departures in Torp here. To deal with that, and then they had 40 arrivals. It's not going to happen in any way efficiently. So yeah, I logged on. I have a flight plan file, logged back on. It was just carnage. There were
all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
There were like 2 aircraft on stand here, 2 aircraft on stand here, aircraft facing the wrong direction, aircraft facing each other, and I just thought, those poor controllers, you know. Anyway. Yes, thanks for reminding everyone. Yes, it's Sunday, guys, so I'll be doing a mug giveaway once we eventually get to Bremen in one way or another, which should be in the next hour. Guys, gonna be the stream I had planned today was for around 4 hours. It's gonna be pushing 4.5 now. I haven't had a break yet. I must go and stand up for 5-10 minutes in the cruise, guys, because I've been sat here for about half an hour before the stream, and then all this time as well. But I'm getting numb.
So connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake, please.
Cool. So packs off. Anti-collision light is on. Parking brake will now release, and transponder should be out off already. There we are. Checks complete.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
BX7 iOS, have you set the land altitude panel? Yes, it is sea level, or less than 50 feet in Bremen, or closer to sea level, so it's set to 0. Thanks a lot, Jane. Ali Blim says, I have a question. I can't connect to VATSIM. VATSIM says your ticket's closed. What does it mean by closed tickets? I'm not sure there, buddy. Yes, IO, don't worry, we'll simulate the taxi closure, as we have said already. Right, starting now, engine number 2. Perfect. I forgot to check we had a fuel on board. We do, 7-8. Right, starting engine number 2. Head 2. Oil pressure, and 1. What version of better pushback is that? Sounds so good. Andres M, it's the same better pushback as the latest one publicly available, and I've got the sound pack add-on, which is made by someone else, which adds loads of different languages from loads of different countries around the world, so that's what you can hear. So I'm in Norway, it plays a Norwegian soundtrack if it has one. Dominic Mosina, in my defence, I was told to line up with traffic on a 5-mile final. It wouldn't work. What, you to backtrack there? Yeah, that's not going to work. Poor guys. Right, starter cut out, monitoring engine number 2. 2, 4, 6, 3, 2, stable. Starting now, engine number 1.
Operation complete. Please set parking brake.
Parking brake sets.
Disconnecting tow. Please stand by.
Head 2. Oil pressure, and 1. Here comes the fuel. It's quite hard to try and check that spar valve in a desktop sim. Let's disconnect. Start count. Entry number 1, 2, 4, 6, 3, 1 is safe.
Door is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the right. We'll see you next time. Og ha en fin tur.
Oh, what was that in Norwegian? What did he say? Haven't got anyone in Norwegian in chat. I didn't miss that. Highly Chew or something. That's so cool. Have a nice trip, thanks Tom. Right, bypass been seen there is the token right, student before taxi flow. Generators on, APU's off. Star switch is continuous. We'll use engine and wing anti-ice for departure. It is drizzle here and overcast at 300 feet, 4 degrees. So auto, APU bleeds off, and that is set. Flaps, 2.5, flight controls, full forward, full back, left, centre, right, centre, and here comes the rudder, full right and full left. Blank lower DU, recall, and that's it. We'd request taxi. So, simulating that Yankee is closed, what we're going to do is make a left turn. We'll carry on straight here. We'll go in via Whiskey 2, and then we'll backtrack all the way here from a 180, do a 180, and then take off. Quite common, a lot of airports. Corfu is an airport you have to backtrack. Quite common. Well, you have to backtrack. There's no taxiway there, but it's nothing different. We'll just discuss the threats associated with it. Right, release parking brake. Imagine we've got a taxi clearance. Turn off taxis on. Clear left and clear right. Config. No takeoff config warning on the way. Jules, have you ever had issues with flight controls whilst checking them on the ground? I haven't, no. Very reliable, the 737. We're just checking for full and free movement. If there was any sort of resistance or something was catching, then obviously we're not going anywhere. Yeah, so guys, if you just logged in, welcome aboard. We're just taxiing now out of Oslo Torp to go to Bremen. Apologies for not being online. I've not had any issues. It's just the amount of traffic. I can't... yeah, we discussed it several times. They're simulating a taxiway closed, and it's carnage. And I logged back on for the second sector, and there was multiple aircraft on stands. So, yeah, apologies, but I didn't want to add any more workload than was necessary to these guys. Right, so when you are told to backtrack a runway like this, make sure that you still configure the aircraft. You know, turn the lights on the strobes. But the very important thing is not to forget that you haven't done the before takeoff checklist. So you might configure this like this because we're entering the runway. Jim would be doing this as well. But you could then perhaps forget that you've not completed the before takeoff checklist because you're out of sequence. You put the lights on, which is what you usually do at the whole point. When you completed the checklist, you've been cleared to line up away or cleared to take off. Lights on, strobes on. You could easily get out of flow. So it's very important when you've been cleared to backtrack that you don't forget that you need to complete your checklist. So yeah, we'll complete now the before takeoff checklist. So config we checked, flaps we have 5.5 green light, stab trim is set for departure. That was 6.25 units. There's been too much there. Set takeoff briefing. Pax auto bleeds on. The V speeds are set for departure. 26, 35, 42 set. It's the LCOP or LCOPy. No, LCOP 1 Golf. Trying to say it correctly. Straight ahead, Tango Oscar 909. Slight right turn to LCOP. Stop altitude 4,000 feet. Set on the MCP. Any DP2, any problems will climb straight ahead to MSA. We'll go 4,000 and contact agency advise of our intentions. There we are. So check's complete. And because we're on the active runway, haven't got our takeoff clearance, we can actually go below the line as well. And when I say below the line, that means below the line on the control column. There's a dashed line here, and that's to complete that checklist there. So, now nav order throttle, transponder to TARA. Strobe lights are already on. Captain put the weather radar on as well. Jim would have terrain. There we are. So, MCP is set, transponder, TRA, strobe lights are on, and we're just waiting for a takeoff clearance. There we go. Super Grubby, are you logging on later? Perhaps. And especially as VATSIM Germany contacted me on Twitter saying that we can't wait to see you. So yeah, I'd like to, but I would only want to do that if it was. I don't like doing that. You're not meant to. You know, you're not meant to go. Oh, it's busy at the departure point. I'm going to depart offline, then rejoin later. I mean, it's different when you're streaming, and I've got I've got things to do later, but I don't want to make a habit of doing that. I'm just having a look to see if there's any sectors on Unicom at least. But I think the entire sector has ATC. Yeah, the entire sector has ATC basically. I'll think about it. I really want to. I really do want to log in. They're holding at Bremen. I don't mind holding at Bremen. It's just getting out of here. Anyway, here's the end of the runway. And we'll just do a little 180 here. And as soon as facing the right way, we'll stand the thrust levers up, get your tokens in chats, and we'll go back to Bremen. Not using a tube temperature, note full 22k today. So one of the problems when using differential, you can't really use differential thrust, so I don't actually have, yeah, I'd be going around the corner like this when you're turning tight on 90 degrees, because thrust on the inside engine is working against you on a tight turn like that. Not bad! I've done this before! Right, guys ready? Let's go to Bremen. Right, timer, 40%, let's go. Stabilise, set takeoff thrust. Light forward pressure in the control column. There we are, takeoff thrust set indications normal. Checked, release forward pressure.
V1.
Add off thrust lever.
Rotate.
Up we go. 2.5 degrees per second. Our airborne.
Positive rate.
Gears going up. And what's the flight directors? Trying to get a left turn early. There we are.
400.
Verify LNAV. Is it taking me LNAV? I'm nailing the flight director, it's taking me left of track. Sure.
1000.
Bug up. That's better. So slightly lower the nose onto the flight directors. That's V2 plus 15, slight flaps on. Looks like the weather has improved a little bit. And flaps up. Management contacted departures. They told us to continue climb to flight level, let's say our cruise level 360. And fly and set the MCP as well. There we are, 360 set. They are flaps up, no lights, 3000 feet AGL, so VNAV, set standards. 220 knots for initial turn. The SID. And there's command A. Oh no, I do have to take a check. So, gears up and off. All the brakes off. And looks like there's no cloud. I can see the stars above, so engine anti-ice is coming off as well. So, air conditioning and pressurization 2.0. And that's all set. Standard set passing 5 to flight level 360 after takeoff checks complete. Superb. Very bright in here. We don't have this much lighting on. It's because you turn the dome off before taxi. There we are. That's much more realistic now. So something like that. I don't like going too dark because you guys can't see the instruments that well, but that lighting's a bit more realistic than we have at night. And we're on our way. So, yeah, I might log back on. Now I'm away here, but I don't want to do it right now because I'm going to be right in the departure arrivals area for here. It's a bit quieter in Danish airspace. John Paffel, nice work getting airborne for the second sector after all that. I had to go offline, guys. I would still be on the ground for sure. And I'm not don't trust me, that's not going to be a habit of the channel. I'm not going to go, oh, I just want to get going, guys. If you saw, for those of you who watched the whole approach there, you saw how busy it was. Crazy. But yeah, I'd love to fly the approach into Bremen online, especially as that's what you're expecting us. Tom knows, do you round up and down? What figure's that, Tom? Sorry. Todd, are there effects of icing on the wing and on the Peter Choose model in the ZIBO? Yes, the probes don't really get affected by the icing, but it does simulate icing on the aircraft. Just in pre-cruise checks in. 105 flight level 360. Fuel 4 pumps, we have 7. That's coming off. Logo should have been on, but that'll be off now anyway. It's off. Pressure station 3.8. Set. Cabin crew released. Blue passengers in. Make sure we're monitoring 21.5, which we are, and we log on to CPDLC. Can't turn the mic down. Ben Matthews, have you been anywhere where it's as busy? Been that busy at an airport? Oh yeah, Ben. We were talking about it earlier. Barcelona once. I mean, in summer at large international airports, it's busy. But then again, you know, they're trained to deal with that sort of amount of traffic. An airport like Oslo, Sandefjord, or where we've just been to, Torp, Sandefjord, isn't going to get the amount of traffic like that, especially not when dealing with the simulated NUTAM. Lunchbox says, I'm getting around 2 feet of snow in Denver right now, so your stream is exactly what I need to stay entertained. Thanks, Captain. That's crazy, Lunchbox. That's you guys in the US get this huge amount of snow some places. Crazy. Pilot Chops, would you recommend the Build A300 Beluga? Absolutely. Brilliant aircraft, and I believe that is what I'm going to be streaming next in X-Plane 11. I really want to do a GA flight, Microsoft Flight Simulator. I've got a lovely flight planned. I'm just having a few FPS issues. I'm going to try that again probably tomorrow to perhaps stream on Tuesday or Wednesday. It's a nice sector of a flight I did when I was hour building, and I think you guys will really enjoy it. See if we can do some, well, I don't know about live weather because the UK weather right now is pants. Might have to turn the weather off, but there's actually a really good flight planning tool called SkyVector. It's free and it gives you all like your tracks and timings and stuff. It'll be quite nice to do some kind of dead reckoning navigation, seeing what we can see over and stuff. Victor says there is a difference in speed on the displays. Yes. Welcome to flight simulation and replicating how the real aircraft works. You have here ground speed, which is important for navigation and takes into account your true airspeed and your wind. True airspeed is the actual speed through the air, but obviously as you climb, the air gets less dense, so your indicated airspeed decreases as or for a fixed indicated airspeed, your true airspeed increases. So you'll find in the cruise that it's saying you're doing 250 knots. In fact, you're doing probably 450 knots, taking account of the wind as well, just really across the front. Let's do air density. Versatile Life, is there such thing as procedure anti-icing on arrival or not? And if so, what's a quick rundown on how to do it? No, when you're landed and taxi on stands, you won't get anti-icing between that. It's all part of removing ice for departure. Tell you, the last update on Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 killed the FPS. Yeah, I heard. I thought I was the only one when I announced it because I was mentioning to some guys in Discord. I'm like, oh really? And then I looked on Microsoft's Discord and lots of people complaining. But yeah, the last update, there was like a mini patch to fix the flap issue. I think there was too much, not enough drag with the landing flaps. I'll put it this way, when I had the pre-release version of Microsoft Flight Simulator, I was streaming to you guys before release, I was running it on high end. I could fly the 787, pretty good FPS. The other day when I was practicing for my next test sector, I was having to lower the graphic settings to medium, clear skies in a Cessna 150 in the middle of the countryside, and I was hitting 15 FPS. I don't know what. I know my PC isn't the beefiest, but you guys have seen me stream before. The FPS is generally not an issue, and I'm running at high end. So yeah, I don't know what's happened. I no doubt they'll fix it ASAP. Anytime, Versatile Life. Too much nutria flops, Legion says. Exactly. Cool, so when we get to 36,000 feet, look at where we are, and I'm trying to go online in a place which is, you know, pretty quiet and stuff. Valus, can you please suggest a pay-away long-haul plane for X-Plane 11? Well, I think the A300 will fall into that category just about. Not really long-haul, but you can go for 6-7 hours. Probably recommend that aircraft. Tom, finally, do you have annual tech exams when not on roster? It's the same tech exams which you do every 6 months in preparation for our sim check. But my operator has an excellent source of material. You can basically log on to an online portal where they have every technical system covered, and you can watch it in your own free will. So I play those occasionally, especially if I want to refresh a topic. The tech exam isn't difficult though. It's an open book exam. It is timed, but it's open book, which is great. I know it sounds like easy and stuff, but the same way in real life, if we have an issue, I'm not going to do it by memory if I'm not sure. I'm not going to FCOM. But there are some elements you obviously need to open up. Hey guy says A300 is great for barrel rolls, right, Captain? Yes, we've kind of had a few barrel rolls in it, a few technical issues, great stream levels. Lauren V says I've decent PC and going from 30 plus on high. Most of the airports and the A320 15-20 minutes autogen airports about weather after the most recent update. So yeah, can confirm. Okay. Jules, what's your opinion on the flight factor 767? I've not got the 76, got the 75, but I think they're pretty similar. I quite like the 75. They've done an update in the last few months which improved it quite a lot. Yeah, it's okay. Tom, okay, thanks. I actually did one for the Airbus, very fun. Cool. Very good. Kim, does CPDLC work on ZIBO mod now? No, it is going to be implemented in the future. I can't give a time frame on that, but the framework's there. VATSIM obviously has the ability to cater for that as well.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Thank you very much, Alex Kitching, for the £5. Very kind, sir. Thank you.
Hope you're both well. Glad to see you managed to get airborne again recently.
Thank you.
Hope you managed to avoid the windy weather.
Unfortunately not, Alex Hitchin. Thank you very much for your donation. Very kind of you. Yes, guys, back flying. It's been fantastic. Hadn't flown for just over 3 months. Was back in the sim a week and a half ago, which refreshed my LPC, my instrument rating, got me all back there. And that means I could get rostered. I can now get rostered for what we call recency flights. So you imagine the coronavirus pandemic, with the amount of aircraft not flying around, there is a requirement for an aircraft to maintain airworthiness to fly every 7 days, unless they're put in long-term storage. So what the many airlines do to keep both crew and aircraft current, they roster these recency flights, and essentially it's just a takeoff and landing. You do a SID out of an airport, you level off, and then you get radar vectored to a return. I've done 3 now. 3 in the last week, which was very nice. They're sort of like gold dust, these flights. They're quite hard to come by. So yeah, I came valid last week, and my airline are doing what they can to kind of spread those flights out so everyone gets enough flying. At least they're 3 takeoffs and landings in 90 days. So yeah, I did 3. First flight was end of this week. So anyway, it was a few days ago, and I was right in the thick of it. I hadn't flown for 3 months, and we had 25 knots gusting 40. Thankfully pretty much down the runway, but when the aircraft is so light, it's quite sporty. So yeah, we're flying, the aircraft's weighing about 42-43 tons, whereas usually in the summer full load of passengers it's 65 plus. So 20 tons, 25 tons lighter than it usually would be. And yeah, it's sprightly. At an approach, your VREV's like 115 knots, so you're coming in 120. With the headwind we had the other day, our ground speed was 90 knots at the last 4 miles. Without even trying, the aircraft stopped within 1,000 meters. I actually had to cancel the auto brake to get off the runway and had thrust. But yeah, it was great fun. Very happy to be back flying, and I put a little picture on social media, and you guys are so nice. It's nice to be back. So yeah, thanks. Not anywhere any way form of normal flying, and I don't have anything now in the next few weeks, unfortunately. But these flights do crop up at short notice. So yeah, it's great. It's great to be back. Andrea, a VREF of 100 knots, not quite that slow. Around 115, not too far off though. But the ground speed with the headwind component was around 90. Lauren V, is there specifically a valve on the 737 that likes to get jammed in place, if not used every week or so? Interesting question, Lauren. Never thought of that. Yeah, sometimes you can have sticky APU bleed valves, and you can hear this knocking sound, and the dual bleed light will come on, but that's very rare. But aircraft don't like being sat around for long periods of time. They start developing technical problems, and they're very rare. I say developing technical problems. They're more prone to have tech issues if they're stood around. They like, fluids and bits start pooling around, and things start getting stuck. So yeah, I've just done 3. The aircraft, in all cases, hadn't flown for 6-7 days, and they were all fine, no problems whatsoever. But they are more likely to develop issues. But everyone I've flown has been perfect, no problems whatsoever. I just started perfectly first time, got around first time, and got in. Kieran, it's pronounced Volv, I'll have you know. Exactly. Guys, we're just approaching flight level 360. I've not had a break since the start of the stream. We're going for 4 hours, and I was sat on the PC before. It's just been a crazy one. So guys, if you don't mind, I'm just going to take a quick 5 minutes, stretch my legs, and then when I get back, we'll look into the option of logging back into VATSIM, and then we'll start flying, planning our approach into Rome. Thanks a lot, and I appreciate that, and apologies, but I do need to go stretch my legs for a bit. But enjoying the stream so far. I'll see you all shortly. Thank you. Yes, 2 tons of CUDA Senator. It's going. Thanks a lot for that, guys. Much better. Oh, it's raining at 36,000 feet. Yes, quick way of fixing that. Rain gone. Thanks a lot. That makes a big difference, doesn't it? Just 5 minutes. And yeah, well, how far until top of descent? 167 bars. Should we pop back online? I've just remember you guys want me to fly GLS approach. Problem. I need the MMR radio option. If you've got the SciTech radio tuning panel, it completely stops working with MMR. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make a tutorial because I think that will cover everything. From a flying perspective, guys, I've only ever flown one once, and that was it was done during the Commando Graders demonstration to me, just because we were flying to Malaga. That's the only time I've flown it. They're rare. So yeah, just because I don't want it to bug out with the SciTech radio tuning panel, which I know stops working with the MMR, I will just fly the ILS today. But I'm going to make a tutorial on it for you guys, because that way it won't take long. And it'll be good for me to refresh the topic. Right, so I'm in Danish airspace now, over Aalborg. There is online here. I'm going to pop on VATSIM. I must stress, this is not good practice. You know, you should be completing your flight from A to B on VATSIM. But I hope you guys understand why I started offline. It was just too much traffic. I mean, you saw when I logged online briefly just to show you, it was just balmy. I'll try it, and I'll apologise to the controller. Maybe I'll connect it. There'll be an aircraft right in front of me. Let's try it. I'm just connecting now. So I am back online.
11865
Who I need to control, I'm not sure. There doesn't seem to be any traffic around me. Yeah, we're okay. There's a nice little gap here. There's a few alpacas behind. A few other bits as well. Who I need to contact though? Not so sure. Centre. Probably 25750. Yeah, just trying to work out who I need to contact, guys. Usually they ding you. One to 1370 apparently. Thanks, Tom. Let's give them a call. How do you guys know what frequency it is, by the way? Because I have my little VATSIM map here and it has no frequencies on here.
Number 42 Tango X-ray, proceed direct Arthur, when ready, descent flight level 200.
Direct to Arthur and descent flight level 270, number 42 X-ray.
Definitely got the right call sign, yes. I'll try it. Copenhagen Centre, good evening. Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey.
Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey, Copenhagen, good evening. Squawk 6177.
Squawk 6177, Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey. My apologies for logging on now, it was just too busy at the departure airport.
I could understand the pain.
Thank you. Very understanding, but guys, yeah, I mean, it's no fun. I mean, I'm sure if you're just doing normal flights, it's actually, it's quite cool flying in in the queue of traffic. I know it sounds really, it's quite nice to be in a group of traffic flying and stuff, but yeah, it's just I don't like doing that. But yeah, we're back on now.
380, can you tell me the waypoint again?
Vagos.
Direct to Vagos, Lufthansa
cool.
Cargo.
I'll try that out.
Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey, identified 360.
Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey. Cool.
Yeah,
so yeah, I'm back. We're back in the flow of things now. Back in there. Yeah, if we have to hold a Bremen, we have to hold. I was needing to be done about 9. I've made some changes to plans, so that's okay. Right now, with no delay, we're touching down at 20 past. Very likely to be a delay, I think, so should be around maybe 1:45. I'm looking at the map in Bremen. I think there is... I don't think there's too much delay. I can't see anyone holding now, so the Germans are very efficient. They'll get us all in one by one.
Line 2257 after Kilo Oscar Romeo fly heading 060 vector Shira 2 to left.
Lewis Phillips, big fan of your stream, studying for the type racing at the moment. Great to watch stuff I'm learning, put to practice. Thank you very much, Lewis. May I stress, and I'm sure you're well aware, this is purely for entertainment. Might pick up a thing or two, but to only consult your approved training material that is part of the agreement I have with my operator. Lauren, I personally love busy departures. Trying to get out of Gatwick is always stressful, but there's something fun about being told you're 10th for departure. I know, Lauren, I agree with you. I mean, not so much for me no more, but when you're on VATSIM, that's when it's cool being in a huge amount of traffic. But for me to keep the show on the road streaming, it was a tough call for me, but I had to do that. It was just too small of an airport with the taxiway closed. It was too much. Tom, Bremen have 26 arrivals and 14 departures. Oh, that's more than manageable enough. We've done VATSIM events, group flights with 70 of us, and we've managed to get in with no delays before. So definitely be able to manage us. Darwin OC, does ZIBO Boeing 14 show you glide path on the ILS? I was flying point 13, I had no glide slope on PFD. Yep, point 13 is bugged, they know about that. Point 14 fixed it, but as we saw in the first sector, I had, I would say, multiple issues. It got us safely from A to B, but we're having issues routing direct to waypoints on one left. Fixed rings were appearing intermittently. A few little other things here and there. Otherwise, it was okay, but I definitely, I always keep a couple of stable one. 346.12 is my current stable one. I'm going to try 347 though, ASAP. Increase 0002, my man from Malta, thank you very much for the £2 donation, buddy. He says, hi, Captain Hopeful as well. Glad to learn you've managed to put get a flight in real life, albeit that being 25 minutes. 3 25-minute flights in 0002. Air Malta used to have a shorter one though, 15 minutes from Malta to Comiso in Sicily. Oh yeah, the West Strait to Papa Westray aside, that's the 2-minute one, isn't it? Hard to beat that. Take care. Thank you very much, Increase 0002.
Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey, report your Mac number.
Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey, Mac decimal 77.
Thank you, break. Alpaca 8 Echo Fox, report your Mac number.
Just about.
Decimal 8, come there to 8 Alpha Charlie Tower.
Black Cobra says go to Nuremberg. Yeah, we're still yet to visit Nuremberg. Germany gets a lot of love on my streets because A, the 80s is fantastic, B, there's some fantastic payware airports available for Germany. I've done a lot of streams in and out of Germany. Still many other places to discover. John Padfield, my first PC had 8 megabytes of RAM. Wow. There we are, 90 miles on top of drop. Better start planning this. So remember, we took an extra hour's worth of fuel, approaching waypoint Ritzi.
Scandinavian 1286, 15 miles north of Milo, landing Saturday at 186.
Scandinavian 1286 coasting in hello, identified.
There's Ritzi, so pretty much directly. Oh look, we're right overhead Ritzi. Ritzi, 3.3 tons on board, and we have 4.7. Excellent. No, 5.7. I was going to say. Where's all that fuel gone? 2.4 tons. That's that extra hour's fuel we took, and we should have burned 2.2 tons.
Down to 2,000 feet and expect.
We burned 2.1 there. So fuel burns where we'd expect it to be. Excellent.
Sorry about that. Short island approach, no short line approach. UT 617, call Sweden control, frequency 128, decimal 625.
250 below 100.
128, decimal 625, 3617, that way.
625 at the end.
Well,
625 at
weather's calmed down a little bit in Bremen as well, not quite as bad as forecast originally.
Lufthansa 255, climb flight level 360, sorry for that. 360 Lufthansa 255, no problem.
200, 296 at 30.
Shuttle 942, right turn 130.
And 100, 285, 28.
Right turn 130, no shuttle 942.
Fixed rings, runway 27.
Elan 2257, descend altitude 4,000 feet.
How is the weather down in Bremen right now? Oh, it's really dropped off in Torp. They've got fog now, and the RVR of 1,500 metres. Oh, 400 metres RVR, wow. It's a good job we got out of there. Weather's actually much nicer in Bremen. Wow, it's just 9 knots, 260. A few CBs around though, QNH 106.
We are climbing down to flight level 100, look at vector, to final runway to the left. Calling back soon, break with 0817, hello to you, identify climb flight level 1.
So again, we've got that fixed ring quite far away from top of descent, because that takes into account the kind of longer arrival.
Right 240, clear ILS 2 left. Right heading 240, clear ILS 2 left, no shot 940.
Second time flying to Bremen.
Heading 260, no shot 2. Either 817 identified.
So expecting, we get a little bit closer, the Gibman 27 with the RNAV transition. And yeah, the GLS approach, guys, just because I know it doesn't work with the radio tuning panel, and I need to select the MMR multi-mode receiver pedestal, and then it screws up with the Site Ready panel. I'll probably run that tutorial on that. I'll talk all about it. But we'll plan the ILS approach today.
150, can it's 141, confirm heading 150, flight level 70.
Yeah, let's go for ILS Yankee.
Line 2257, left 050.
Left 050, Line 2257.
Shuttle 942, confirm established. Negative, no shuttle 942.
That's strange because I don't think that transition, ILS Yankee Gibman transition has what's my flight plan? Ah,
right 360 and maintain.
Yeah, I don't want that one, I want the Zulu, sorry guys.
Let's 141, turn left heading 140 now.
Gibman 27, that gives me all those RNAV
waypoints.
141,
turning left 140.
German cargo, correction, Lufthansa cargo 32 Foxtrot, call Bremen, radar 12395.
Calling Bremen, radar 123.
Cool, so here's the RNAV arrival, GPS, FMS required, I would expect vectors, so we flew this approach the other day in the Beluga. So coming in from Gibman, we'll hold there if it's super busy. There's Gibman. Otherwise it's going to go to Delta Whiskey 402, max 220 knots. Delta Whiskey 402, max 220 knots. We go all the way out to aircraft. Now, the same way with the Beluga, it doesn't actually program these RNAV points. Goes from Delta Whiskey 402 all the way out to aircraft. Now, that's not a pressure problem. I could just enter these waypoints manually if we cleared to. Just to kind of cater for potential shortcuts. I'm going to stick in at Delta Whiskey 402. When you're downwind, you want to be around 6,000 feet AGL. So what I'm going to do is Delta Whiskey 402 is about 7,000 feet here. That'll put VNAV in a position where we can expect a bit of a shortcut. VNAV's going to aim to put us around 7,000 feet there. There we are. Just in case we get a shortcut around a 10-mile final. Otherwise, if you don't do that, it's going to leave you very high for a shortcut. Otherwise, we'll just carry on. Not much of a CDA. Let's try and guess what you're going to get. Thank you so much, Philip Messenger, for the 10 years. Hope you're doing well. So, let's see if I can hear.
Hi Captain, so glad you're flying again and to eventually fly the ZIBO 737 myself. Still taming the beast issues with app engaging after to the FMC and MCP settings, okay, but we'll find that. Fly safe.
Well done Microsoft Jade for making a right butchers out of that. Thank you very much Phil Messenger. Very well, thank you Phil. Still taming the beast issues with the autopilot engaging after takeoff though.
Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey, Bremen, radar 123.925.
123.925, Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey. Thanks to the ATC. If you say
Contact approach 119.8.
he's busy, so I missed that there.
667 make 160
Bremen 367
Blackberry
Mike,
field, sorry.
descend immediately flight level 250.
650
Bremen, good night to Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey, maintaining flight level 360 to rib zone.
Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey, Bremen radar, good evening, identified. Proceed direct Whiskey, Sierra November, descend flight level 250.
Direct to Whiskey Sierra November, descend flight level 250, Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey. So Whiskey Sierra November, flight level 250 sets, a little bit early, or sticking out to the vent. Down we go, top and drop, still need to brief. Phil, thank you so much. Issues the autopilot engaging, you have to take off the FMC and MCP settings okay, but we'll find out, fly safe. Sorry to hear that, Phil. Make sure to get that autopilot engaged. You have no input on the control column. If you have any roll or pitch, it won't engage, so you've got to neutralise that control column, get it in trim, and then try to autopilot. And make sure you're above 400 feet as well, it won't go in below that. We engage at 1,000 feet of my operator. Good luck. Sorry to hear you had issues. Thank you. Back to 10 degrees, El Capitino. Well spotted. Someone eventually spotted. Right, going to finish off this approach. So, guys, I hope you're happy with why I stuck in 70 at Delta Whiskey 402.
Runner 69 Golf, contact Bremen radar 124.8.
Put that on standby for us.
Okay, Echo Foxtrot, Bremen radar, good evening, identified.
There we are, via Delta Whiskey 520 and ILS Zulu. It's going by aircraft 520, which is on this chart there, and then to Rockbow. There's Rockbow at 3,000 feet, and that's the point which we intercept the ILS. So that's all coded in correctly. Set the frequency courses and minimums, 110.9.
Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey, descend to reach flight level 1108 Whiskey Sierra November on conversion, speed 280 knots or greater.
Send flight level 110 to be level by Whiskey Sierra November, and speed 280 knots or greater on conversion, Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey. So 110 set, legs. Oh, look at that, 103, so that's fine. VNAV should, I will put 110 below.
744 Bremen radar, good evening.
It should cater for that.
Descend flight level 250
catching
on
it in the
conversion,
profile.
speed 280 knots.
And he was 280 or greater, so what I'm going to do is close the speed window,
Descend flight level 250.
and we're going to put decimal 78 300 on conversion. There we are. That goes ahead.
744,
That's
descend flight level
going to now
250.
adjust the profile slightly, make it a little bit steeper, because we can fly a steeper descent at 300 knots, and then we'll be catching that profile shortly. Keep going down there. Anyway, carry on with the setup here. 110.9 for the ILS, active once and twice, 266 final approach courses.
Hotel Bravo, Lima Echo X-Ray, melden November 1200. Hotel Echo X-Ray verstanden, verlassen der Frequenz genehmigt, tschüss. Hotel Echo X-Ray, verlassen der Frequenz genehmigt, schönen Abend.
266. 1280 plus the NDP. Got that tuned in 318. The Bremen NDP. Oh, wunderbar. There we are. ADF selected. There we are.
Runner 367 Mike, contact Bremen radar 124.8.
124.8, success, mate. Bye-bye.
Cool. Vectors then, if not the transition via the ILS, Rockbow 3,000 feet. Shall we go to the minimums which we have set, 214 feet, 200 feet, RVR's 550. We have to go around, we briefed the go around actions already, but we'll climb straight ahead to 2.2 off the Bremen
good evening,
VOR. Mike November. Got two VORs here. Let's go 1745. We've already done one go around today, no more. 1745 sets, and it's to climb straight ahead, 2.2 GB off that VOR. The left turn to VOR kind of 3,000. That's it, that's briefed. And let's have a look at landing performance then. Runway 27 then. We'll plan to vacate at the end via Alpha, and then we'll actually stand that way, so we'll use full runway length. In the Beluga the other day, we managed Charlie, but it really was a bit aggressive. So beyond the glide slope for flat runway 27, 1700 metres, 45 metres width.
Einer One Zulu Mike, rate of descent 2,500 feet per minute.
There we are, back on the VNAV profile now. That's 25 degrees.
Roger that, 2,500 feet, so right now, what's the mic?
And then we should make that restriction to be 110 below.
Alpaca 8 Echo Foxtrot, descent flight level 250 on conversion, speed 280 knots.
Return, no. Fuel weight balance, landing performance, there we are. So Bremen.
Lufthansa 6, Uniform Yankee, contact Copenhagen, control, 121.375.
Latest 80s guys on text. Information Echo, ILS 27, transition level 70, 260 at 9.
128.750.
Repeat frequency, Lufthansa 129, please.
Outside air temperature is 4. QNH is
128.750, Lufthansa 129, thank you.
1008. Might go flat 40. Quite a short runway here.
Lufthansa 147 Tango, contact Copenhagen, control, 121.375.
Anti-eyes off.
121
Brakes, no, check this, we use reverses. No,
Lufthansa 744, proceed direct to
gonna
Whiskey Sierra November,
burn
descent flight level
800 kilos of
140.
fuel, landing was 60.3. No, 60.8, sorry.
Direct Weser and descent flight level 110, Lufthansa 744.
Let's have a look. So, flap 40, auto brake 3 will work, and we can just disengage the brakes manually to roll to the end. 1 will work as long as you land perfectly on the aiming points, and that's got the assumed air distance 330 metres, that presumes you're landing pretty much where the pappies are at this airport. So we'll go flat 30, auto brake 3, just be conservative. And yeah, we'll vacate at Alpha.
That's here 2 von einer, contact Amsterdam Radar 125, decimal
Pakistan
750.
charts. Don't like briefing at descent. No, Alpha, on stand, maybe stand 8 where we finished. Cool.
Alpaca 8 Echo Foxtrot, proceed direct to
Excellent,
Weser
that's
and
the
Whiskey Sierra
race briefing
November.
done. Down we go. Remember, indicated 280 knots or greater, descent flight level 110 by Whiskey Sierra November as instructed by ATC.
Lufthansa 4217, descent flight level 250
Some
on
clear chance.
conversion, speed 280
Fly deck to Toga, said Joshua Sedford. No more go-rounds. Pan going in for Bremen. ILS Yankee has direct approaches to initial fixer as ILS Zulu overflies the runway along Whiskey Sierra Whiskey, then turns back to the actual approach path. Yeah, the transition, seems to only be applicable for ILS Zulu in FNS, which I find unusual. Maybe it was a different transition, not sure. But we'll stick at whatever agency gives us. Everyone does Boga. It's been a while since we did a Boga.
Delta Echo Delta Kilo Romeo Bremen Radar. Delta Kilo Romeo, bitte Verkehrsinformation für Flugplatz Helgoland.
Domino Mosina, you're going to get the CRJ 700 from Aerosoft for Microsoft, just 2 days. I've heard mixed things. I probably will. I think it'll be a good laugh seeing me struggling on another new aircraft, which you guys always like to watch. So possibly yes. Oh, did I select flat 30 in the FNS? Sorry, that's more out of muscle memory. Yeah, but flat 40. People always ask when you use flat 40. Here's the situation. Runway around 2,000 metres long.
Eine One Zulu Mike, resume normal rate of descent.
So a little bit of weather ahead. These are little specks.
Delta Whiskey, contact Bremen Radar 124.8 goodbye.
124.8 Alpaca to Delta Whiskey. Thanks to ATC, bye. Yeah, so in real life, these little specks here look like rain. Wouldn't be associated with
Descending 4,000, here, Shasta number 5. Ryanair 996 Golf, turn right heading 240, cleared ILS Zulu, approach runway 27.
Right, 240, it's cleared ILS approach runway 27.
Bremen radar, good evening. Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey, descending flight level 110 to be level Whiskey Sierra November, speed 280 knots or greater.
Alpaca 9, Region 2, Delta Whiskey, Bremen radar identified, information Foxtrot.
Roger, Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey. That's what I got on my, I got Echo, sorry, on my little text box here.
Alpaca 2, Delta Whiskey, descent flight level 80, expect ILS Zulu approach, runway 27.
Descent flight level 80, expect ILS Zulu, runway 27, Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey. 80 sets. Superb. John Padfield, also looking forward to Euro Truck stream when it comes. Yes, maybe tomorrow night or Tuesday. Episode 5. We left it in, I think we were in Copenhagen, weren't we? In a Scania. I believe there's some 2 trailered jobs to do around there. So, yeah, I'll look forward to doing that. Jules, why do you not have the option to not have the flap setting not displayed on the PFD? I can't think of a positive thing that would do. Yeah, my operator, we don't have that option. So yeah, we just simply select in ref to check what the flap setting is. It's all these different, slight differences and variants on the 7.3.
Trans 915, turn left heading 360, descent 3000 feet.
Small fee, hi Captain, doing the same leg as you, and now I'm on my way to land in Torp.
Awesome. Radio speed 250 knots.
250 knots, Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey. So let's update VNAV first, 250. Executes. And now VNAV's going to pitch up to make this new profile, but to help it out I'm going to use speed brake to bring that speed back to its new target speed at 250 as requested by ATC, but also want to stay as close to my profile as possible. Jada, what's the difference between ILS Yankee and ILS Zulu? Very good question. It can vary depending on the airport and the different approaches. For example, here it's different transitions onto the approach. I haven't looked in enough detail between the two, but usually a bit of a guessing game. Just confirm with ATC on the 80s. Tom says, how often do you depict the VOR on ND using fixed pages, if any? Perhaps for situation awareness on visuals. Your take, please. I mean, don't ever select VOR on ND using the fixed page. I mean, the only time we use the fixed page is around distance rings on landing, FIR boundaries, or if you're flying oceanic. On the tangos, you want to have your rings to make sure you're in 427 miles of a suitable en route airport, which is 1 hour's flight time, single engine on the 7.3. So yeah, that's the only time we'd use it. We suck with the seatbelts on. Tells the crew around 15 minutes to landing. Jules, doesn't that decrease awareness, so why would that be an option in the first place? It doesn't really clutter the PFD. You'll have to ask Boeing that one. It really is simple, you just simply select in it ref. Gosh, look, I forgot to slow speed brake. That's what's paying attention. Yeah, I mean, just simply select in it ref. And all it is a flap, say 30 or 40 there. It's not really, you've briefed it, you've checked the approach. It's a bit of a funny option.
160 knots until
Jason Dictor just jumping on the stream, probably being asked what are your thoughts on VATSIM velocity. Looks very exciting. Yes, this is to, I don't know the technical terms, but essentially other aircraft will be depicted with minimal delay. It won't move in a sort of jagged fashion. Looks very exciting. Very, very exciting to see how it works.
Heading 180 to 744.
Literal's gonna
turn left heading 180.
Heading 180 degrees, Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey. There we are. So straight away, if we're going on a heading like this, makes you think, right, I'm already on the vectors here. So what I'm going to do is go to level change, got 250, and that's just going to keep the aircraft descending. VNAV's no use to us now until we update it. And it's just trying to guess where we are on the sequence. Send 5,000 feet QNH 1008, Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey. 5,000 feet set QNH 1008. Passing 11,600, 5,000 feet, standby altimeter is set. And that all started, remember I put that 7-0 restriction at Delta Whiskey 402, which put us about 4,000 feet below the original profile, because the full profile has us doing this. That's just kind of from operational experience what I expect going into airports like Bremen. And that restriction has put us in a nice place, even though we're not flying to it, to accept sort of like a reduced speed 220 knots, Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey. That's put us in a nice position and a nice height to sort of expect a bit more of a direct to a sort of 10-mile final. Now, the fact that I've got to reduce speed now also tells me there's quite a lot of traffic as well, so it's trying to work out where you are in the sequence. put the altitude at a point suitable to you. So I'm not going to update the FMS yet, because he might still whack me over here to give me to hold, because I don't know where we are. But I've got the aircraft in a nice position and a nice height to be able to accept sort of both options, sort of straight into a 10-mile final, also not too low to allow us to hold.
On 367 Mike, descent 3,000 feet. 3,000 feet, right now, 367 Mike.
Kurosh, what's the smart init ref option in the tablet? It alters what init ref does in your phase of flight, so I believe. So init ref, approach reference, in flight, on the ground, takeoff page. I think there's some other features, but having it on is the same as how it works on our operator. So far, so good. You can see a bit of other traffic along as well. That strobes flashing. There is Bremen. And altimeter's passing 10,000 feet, sorry, 5,000 feet. Post-cruise checks, fuel, full pumps, lights. Logos on, APUs off, pressurization 3.2. Set seatbelts on, recall.
Yes, sorry, forgot the...
And we detune 21.5.
Sandefjord 744, descent flight level 70. Descent level 70.
Post-cruise checks complete. We have...
2 Delta Whiskey, turn left heading 110, descent 4,000 feet.
Left 110 degrees and descent 4,000 feet. Oh, back at 2 Delta Whiskey.
Ryanair 367 Mike, speed
4,000 feet set.
20 knots.
Yeah, fuel loads, expecting loads of delays here. So under Vegas, pretty confident we're not going to hold.
8, Echo Foxtrot,
So I'm going to just go direct to Rockbow in the FMC.
Foxtrot, descent flight level 80.
There you go. So for a straight in here, look, these are still 3,000 feet high, but we'd never go straight in at this sort of angle. Ooh, my goodness me. We've all of a sudden turned into the Starship Enterprise. It's like the engine anti-ice also gets you out of the hyperdrive as well. As I was saying, yeah, we wouldn't get straight in like that. But that seems like we're quite high, but you can quickly configure to flat fly with speed brake, and then a slight kind of dog leg here. You're in a decent-ish enough position.
Ryanair 367 Mike, speed 170 knots or greater until 695.
Okay now.
170 greater until 695, Ryanair 367 Mike.
Packer 2 Delta Whiskey, descent 3,000 feet, speed 200.
Descent 3,000 feet, speed 200 knots on Packer 2 Delta Whiskey. There we are, that's the end of that song. So go into full approach mode, sterile cockpit. So we're going to have to go flap
Packer
1 now.
8 Echo Foxtrot, continue press
And there's 200 knots. Looking good. Flap 1, 200 knots. And engine anti-ice is off. Perfect. Oh my
Packer 8
goodness.
Echo Foxtrot, speed
Straight back into IMC just like that.
Expect items to approach runway 27.
Didn't even see it coming, it's just like poof.
Ryanair 367 Mike, contact tower.
May the gods of the go around to be smiling us, John Penfield, love it. Wow, this sector's been a lot more efficient than the last one.
Again, frequency 744. Negative, Lufthansa 744, remain this frequency, descent 4,000 feet, QNH 1008. Descent 4,000, QNH 1008, Lufthansa 744.
So he turns me in now, we'll go straight to flap 5.
Bremen radar, good evening.
I think we'll go out a little bit longer.
180.
So I've just put the aircraft where I'd expect. Why has it got this sort of... Is this meant to be icing?
Lufthansa 4217, Bremen radar identified, continue
What's
press
that?
heading.
Is that meant to be icing simulated? I've never seen that before. I mean, if I had icing like that, I'd be putting the wing anti-ice on to shed the ice, but I've never seen that before in the
Packer
mod.
2 Delta Whiskey, turn right, heading 240, cleared at Zulu, approach runway 27.
Right in 240 degrees on that heading, cleared ILS approach runway 27, Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey. Gone straight to flat 5, at 200 knots, that'll quickly increase our rear descent.
Left heading 120, Lufthansa 744.
Looking good. That profile will quickly come back to us with flat 5, 200 knots. So it's just about... This is why the ZIBO mod is brilliant. The configuration to speeds I'm flying at the moment is what I'd expect with the real aircraft, and I get that performance as well. It's phenomenal.
Alpaca 8 Echo Foxtrot, descend 5,000 feet, QNH 1008.
Such a good little aircraft, this.
Lufthansa 4217, descend flight level 70.
Descend flight level 70,
So still going to maintain 200 knots. Probably a little bit actually early to go flat 5, but it's always best to be a little bit conservative with configuration.
Alpaca 8 Echo Foxtrot,
Let's quickly do the approach checklist here. So 110.9, active once, twice, fixed engine for runway 2710-4, idents are India, Bravo, Romeo Whiskey, once, twice, and standby set 2662.
Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey, speed 160 knots or greater until 5 points final.
160 or greater till 5 DME, Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey. Understood. Wing stand, engine anti-ice off, correct sensing cleared approach. Oh, look at that. That has worked out perfectly. We are CDA all the way from top of descent. Localizer alive. And localizer capture runway heading 266. Again, that's a little bug. We shouldn't get the expanded scale until we are kind of like as soon as I armed it, we got rid of the MPS scales. That shit's not how it works. Looking good. What do you reckon, guys? That was a smashing CDA. I'm really happy with that. That's just the operation experience. I just knew where we'd roughly need to be to get onto around a 12-ish mile final. It's a little bit on the conservative side, but yeah, worked out nicely. LISO capture, missed approach, altitude 3,000 feet is set. Now, we'll help him out a little bit. Maintain about 180 knots until about 8 miles at least. Pangolin says CDA, continuous descent. 120-325, Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey Face ATC, boy. Great ATC, vectors were phenomenal. God, it's just this weather, just gets it, comes and goes. Engine anti-ice on again. Bremen Tower, good evening, Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey, established ILS 27, approaching 10 miles.
Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey, Bremen Tower, schönen guten Tag, wind check 240 degrees, 8 knots, number 2.
It's got a continuing approach, Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey. Lovely. There's the airport straight ahead. I've got all this extra fuel. I haven't needed any of it. We can hold for an hour, guys. I was expecting to be super busy. Gonna get straight in.
That's confirmed. Eurotrans 195.
FM, thank you for good service. Have a schönen Abend.
So you can see here, look, localizer only, no DME. So if you go, oh, why is DME not working? That's because there's no DME on this runway.
Contact frame radar on 124.8.
Windy here at the moment.
310.
Very nice. God, the Sims are so good these days. You're so spoiled, guys. Really, I can't say how good they are. Incredible. So guys, if you have just tuned in, welcome to the sort of end of the stream here. On approach now to Bremen for the second sector. It's been very enjoyable. Going to do a little giveaway with a flight deck sim mug if you're very lucky, as soon as you're back on stands. We just need to get on the ground first, and if it can still happen, don't forget to smash the thumbs up button if you enjoy the show. Thank you. Excellent. So I'll bring the speed back now to the flap 5 speed. Do you want to let agency know about the hour-long hold you planned, or do you think they're watching?
Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey, wind 240 degrees, 8 knots, runway 27 clear to land.
Runway 27 clear to land, Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey. I don't think it's anywhere near as busy here as it was in Torp, that's for sure. I mean, look, I'm happy that I turned the engine anti-ice off now. Leave the start switch is continuous because we're about to configure to land, but you know what the Sims like, might just stick us right back into the weather. Remember, we're going to plan to land flat 40 as well. Everyone that tuned in is asking what happened to GLS approach. Yes, I've completely forgot. The multi-mode receiver, which you need to select as an option, is not compatible with the SciTech radio tuning panel, so it stops working. So I'll rattle off a tutorial for you guys very soon. Right, gear down, flap 15, speed, landing checklist, 2 flaps, start switches continuous, recall check, speed brake, on green light, landing gear, down 3 green, auto brake is set to 3, flap 25 initially. below 162 knots to select flat 40. We are. Here comes flat 40. Match speeds. There's the wind, just lost all the wind there. That's why I've added thrust manually there. So that's me actually overriding the auto throttle because the speed was quickly dropping off. It's exactly what you do in the real aircraft. The auto throttle is not that great at quickly responding to speed changes, so it's quite common on the 7.3 to override the auto throttle in gusty wind conditions. I think that was just the sim quickly going from 20 knots to 8, which had the effect of us quickly losing our speed. But there we are, cleared to land. Checklist complete. Let's do it. Disconnect the autopilot. Disconnect the auto throttle. Looking nice and stable. 2 reds, 2 whites. 3 degree ILS. Rate of descent to maintain this around 750 feet per minute all the way down. Got the flight rate to 80 all the way down to the thresholds. This scenery, guys, SDG, very nice. Awesome. I do like flying at night sometimes in the sim. I know you can't always see that much, but it does look really good.
Bremen Tower, good evening. T3 Papa with you, holding point, Foster to runway 27.
Excellent. Only about 3 or 4 departures. It's about a third of what we had earlier.
Papa, Bremen Tower.
So fully stabilised at 500 feet above.
400.
Checked.
Bremen Tower, hello, with 714.
Speed's good.
300.
Check.
Plus 100.
Check.
With a 1414 Bremen Tower, schönen Tag.
Tad high, just make small correction. There we are. Continue. Keep it descending.
100.
Check.
50. 40. 30.
Check.
20.
Close. Hold the altitude.
Line up runway 27 and wait.
Line up and wait.
Oh, not quite a butter, but we'll take it. Speed brakes up. Reverses. I'll play flat 40, it's always a bit trickier there.
Good evening, Bremen Tower. This is
73%, 100 knots manual braking. So
second in line behind the Ryanair.
80 knots. And there's 60 idle reverse. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Bremen. Nice landing, nice landing. Flat 40 a little bit less forgiving than flat 30. True in the real aircraft. No butters today. Sad. Although it's only landing I've done. Wicked. Right. Here's next right Alpha. Let's start braking manually here actually. Select flaps up. Stow the speed brake. Reverse is stowed. Weather radar off.
Delta Hotel Mike Bravo Golf Bremen Turm, schönen Tag.
And welcome back to Germany.
Ryanair 33 Papa, wind 240 degrees, 8 knots, runway 27, cleared for takeoff.
Awesome.
Clear for takeoff, 23 Papa, wind copy.
Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey vacated.
Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey contact Bremen, ground 121.75.
121.75 Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey. Thanks to great ATCs and good night. Perfect. There we are. There's ground. And we'll contact him now. Bremen ground. Very good evening. Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey. Runway 27 at Alpha.
Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey, Bremen ground. Good evening. Taxi to stand 03 via Alpha November.
Stand 03 via Alpha and November. Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey. Good night.
Ryanair 367 Mike.
Perfect, and that's exactly what the first officer does at my operator. Writes the taxi instructions into the scratch pad. That's the best way you can do it. Stand 3 then.
Actually blocked now. Stand 04 now.
So via Alpha and November, and then stand 3 is on Terminal 1 just up here as well. So that's it, nice simple taxi. That's the benefit about flying from these small airports. Can't get
Alpaca
lost.
2 Delta Whiskey,
Taxi.
stand 04 please.
Stand 04, Alpaca 2 Delta Whiskey. Slight change of plan. Just put stand 4 to remind us here. Excellent, what a good flight. Stressful in places, especially that first sector. Whoa, that was putting me under pressure, but very enjoyable. Carry on with the cleanup here. Start switches off, probe off. Master cautions checked. This will be 100 knots. 3,100 is already set. Transponder 2,000 standby, still on stand. Get that AP up and running now. Wonderful. So now on to the November taxiway. Yeah, really nice. Look at the terminal, looks wicked, doesn't it? Stand number 5. I guess the Rhino might just spawned on that stand. And here's us, stand number 4. There we are. A superb. So, turning on to stand, turn off the taxi light off so you don't blind any of the ground crew. Ah, look at that. We even have a marshaller.
Bremen ground, Delta Echo Lima Victor Juliet on Echo 2.
AP, you can go on the bus.
Delta Echo Lima Victor Juliet, Bremen ground 9. Moin, einmal VFA nach Hamburg, Ausflug über...
So cool. It's wicked, I love it. Right, say stop. There we are. Parking brake is set. We have 2 blues, 1 red. Engines are dead. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Bremen. Local time here, 20 past 10 in the evening. Spooling down for the successful Outback Airways flight. That was a... Yeah, I mean, I think we must have been a little bit later with the VATSIM event here. We got straight in, basically. 10 mile final, well, 12, no, about 15 mile final, but it was excellent. How do I get the airbridge to attach? I'm going to do that. Right, there we are. So cool. Yeah, I love all these features. Oh, that's quick. I've never seen airbridge move that quickly. Let it get attached. All that extra fuel we took as well. Excellent. Love it. It's wicked. So cool. Yeah, so that's the thing that VATSIM are fixing, this delay fix, so it's going to look much more realistic. It's a little fonter coming on stand. Very cool. That's it, and breathe. Very, very enjoyable. Guys, what a stream that was. Gonna do a little giveaway though, don't forget. Wonder why so many people are still sticking around. Joking. Let's have a look here at the approach there. Yeah, the approach is really nice. Vexes were perfect. It's nice to be able to do this. Joshua, why not arm approach when cleared for the ILS just in case you overshoot the localizer? Down localizer first. Well, you can be cleared to inset the localizer first, then ILS, so you want to make sure you use lock first, but you generally do approach straight away. Within 12 miles. Marcus says, can you tell ATC that Lufthansa's sim crashed, unfortunately? Oh, sorry to hear that, Marcus. Sorry to hear that, buddy. Yeah, no butters. Sad. Pangolin reckoned I was going to land at minus 6,000 feet per minute. Outrageous. Pan says, does the weather radar get upset by signal bouncing off concrete 10 feet away, or are you just to avoid irradiating the terminal? Did I forget to turn it off? I think I remembered. But yeah, I mean, on this weather radar system, it's the new one, which doesn't have a tilt function, but it'll automatically angle up. And on the older versions with tilt, we have the tilt up at +5 on the approach, so it's not pointing towards the ground, so it won't pick up any ground returns unless you obviously tilt it downwards. And that's the reason why. Cool. Right then, guys. Well, before we end the day and do the replay, let's do our little giveaway here. So anyone is free to enter. Ideally, if you have a PayPal account, that's great. We'll find a way of not doing it, but if you have PayPal, it's the easiest way to do the transfer for the giveaways with the merch. That way we don't have to share any details. So if you're happy, have a PayPal account, let's go ahead to enter the giveaway. All I ask you to do is enter a simple term into the chat box for your chance to win the official Flight Deck to Sim mug. You'll be the talk of the town with that mug, drinking your favourite brew. So let me just set this up in the background. Don't put anything yet which you think it is. I just have to set up in the background the giveaway. It's going to be a question about aviation. I did actually think of this before the stream instead of spending 5 minutes to think what to do afterwards. Right, so keyword. I've now entered the keyword to answer this question. It's an aviation themed question. I'll help you out along the way. All you have to do is put 3 letters in chat, okay? And that's the answer to this question, is these 3 letters, okay? VMO is the maximum operating limit speed in knots What is the Mach equivalent at high altitude of VMO? Not VMO, but when it's restricted by a Mach number, what does VMO become? It becomes something O. Oh no, look at everyone in chat. People are putting 3 letters. People are putting ILS. What is the never exceed speed at high altitudes? We use VNO at low altitudes because it's an indicated airspeed, but high altitudes, the maximum operating limit speed becomes a Mach number, and the speed is known. I'm quite happy, look. Nightbot's happy with this word. Sometimes we've had keywords where Nightbot's gone, the voice of the guy from Jurassic Park, you know what I mean? Some people say toga. Guys, if you just joined the stream, just whack in MMO in chat. Very good. Laughing my LMAO, says LeJules. Not quite. Nightbot accepts bribes, yes. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, the answer of the maximum operating limit speeds at high altitude when you're flying a Mach number is MMO. MMO. Very good. Well done to everyone that said that correctly. So, anyone who's put in MMO in chat, here's a possibility of winning the giveaway. I'm going to roll it now, and I'll tell you what to do if you are the lucky winner. So here we go. Where is it? Roll it. There we are. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. The winner of today's Flight Sim mug giveaway is David Ryder. David Ryder. He is unknown. Doesn't see the status. He's got his status all on private. So congratulations to David Ryder. Thank you very much for taking part. You are the winner of today's giveaway, the mug, Flight Sim mug. Now, if you could do me a massive favour, David Ryder, get in contact with me via social media, be it Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook. You could drop me a message on either of those. All I need you to do is show me your logout screen, show me your name with your little logo there. That's more than enough to suffice for me to sort out the giveaway. David, you're a member? Oh no, rigged. David, are you in Discord? If you are, I'm so sorry. I just realised you've been a member of the channel. Oh no, everyone's going to say it's rigged. Actually, David Ryder is the first member to win in a long time. We've had no members win for ages, but it's completely random. It completely chooses anyone in chat. We do have sometimes 40-50% of the viewership being members, so definitely rigged. Hashtag rigged. Yeah, can't wait to see it, guys. Yeah. Well, in that case, David Ryder, if you are in the Discord, just drop me a message on Discord. That would be the easiest way of doing that. So he says, thanks, Flight Data Sim. No problem. Well, if you're not in the Discord, we'll get you sorted. And if you are, I'm so sorry, I can't remember your name. It's so many of you guys. I have to try and remember it. I do my hardest. I do want to try my hardest there. But congratulations. Contact me any way you so wish. IOI, only members win. This is the first time I've had a member win in the last 6-7 giveaways I've done. I do on average about 2 giveaways a month, one every 2 weeks or so. It is it's completely random. I'm on my laptop, but if I show you the screenshot now, it said all people have been selected to win. Don't you worry about that. It's completely fair. Oh dear, oh dear. Congratulations anyway to David Ryder, and I look forward to seeing a picture of you with the mug. Superb. Right, well, what a stream. Oh, look, someone's spawned right on my stand. Well, based on that, we'll disconnect from the network. Cheerio. Yes, what a fantastic stream that's been. So busy at the start, so busy, and we're just pushing up to 5 hours. This stream has gone way beyond what I planned, and I just want to say a massive thank you to everyone that's been here from the start. I know some people watch it for the entire start. Yes, so busy at the start. I think it took us 20 minutes to taxi out of here. We then had some vectored holds, go-arounds, but it was really interesting to kind of explain to you the kind of fuel situations, the sort of operational decisions as well. My apologies for not logging in to depart from Torp at VATSIM. It was just crazy. It was too busy with the simulated taxiway there. Closures. We never have gotten away in time. But I hope you've enjoyed the sector nonetheless in the ZIBO mod. That last sector was picture perfect pretty much from the mod. The AC was fantastic in both ends there. So yeah, it's been a great another flight. Right, I best go get some food, as many miles remind me. Yes, it is 9:30 here in the UK and I've not eaten. It's very late, so I need to go get some food. Sweet. Let's turn the music off down here. There we are. And oh yes, I always forget to do this at the start. Let's turn off Fly Live and cue the funky replay music. There we are. Perfect. Let's see if the air bridge doesn't mess around. Hopefully the door will stay closed. Unfortunately, the one problem doing this at night is that you can't really see much of the landing. You can't change the time, unfortunately, because it's always based off what time we flew the approach there. So, let's put it up here. Enjoy that sound, so good. Superb. So check was nice. Height. That was about the right height. Check there. Oh, it could have been a butter. But yeah, it was very nice. Just held the altitude for the landing. Right in the touchdown zone. Perfect. Let's look from about here. It's a little bit of a crosswind. Held the altitude. I went second detent reverse, ideally idle if it's the last flight of the day, but no problem. Got town here. Excellent. There's the check. Close thrusters. Hold that attitude. And then we're down. Guys, that's it for today. End of another Flight Entertainment live stream. I found that really interesting and learned something new, as I just said a few minutes ago. Thank you very much for your patience getting those sectors out of the way. Massive thank you to all the ATC controllers on VATSIM. Fantastic job as usual. Thoroughly enjoyable flight. Look at the Bremen down there. The lighting is so very, very nice. Next live stream. Oh, look at the. Sorry about the rain effects, that's ruined it, never mind. Next live stream on this channel will probably be in 2 to 3 days time. I'm going to try and jump into Microsoft Flight Simulator and do some GA flying. I think the Beluga will make an appearance next stream as well, having just come out from Indie Build as well. That stream is very popular, and I'll look for a new exciting sector to fly for that one. But it's been very enjoyable jumping back into the ZIBO mods. I'll let ZIBO know the little issues we had today. This was less later when we flew. We reverted back for the second sector, 34612. All seems to be working completely fine here, so that's the last decent version. Guys, as ever, thank you to everyone that donated, to all the members for the continued support as well, really appreciate it, and to all the regular subscribers and viewers, thank you so much for tuning in. Don't forget to smash the thumbs up button and subscribe if you haven't done so already to stay up to date with the latest content, and I'll see you either live on Flight Sim or Flight Sim Gaming very soon.